welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition here of the HomeStory Cup 28 Revelation Retake Playoffs. I'm of course just live VIP with him, joined by these amazing players and by the people in the chat as well. Welcome one all. It's been an intense week, if not 2 weeks, of HomeStory Cup coverage here, going through the group stage and now of course going through the playoffs as well. Last night or yesterday we were live with a playoffs day number 1, and now we're here with playoffs day number 2. Let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Bearing in mind, of course, this is a replay cast. These main events had occurred now, I think, 2 weeks ago, but we were unavailable to cover the event live at the time. We were unavailable. There were things happening IRL, so I just was not able to cover it live. But now we're here covering it via replays instead. Let's go. Let us go. From the top, we had our quarterfinals yesterday. We did have HeRoMaRinE, Big Gabe alongside ShowTimE, Clem, and Serral advance on. Bearing in mind that the first round, that round of 8, there was no double elimination format. All those players were eliminated. So Zan is out, SOS is out, Lambo is out, and Rainer is also out of the tournament. Now moving forward into the top 4, now we do have a lower bracket. So there is a safety net here for these players to fall back on. If they do lose their first series, they can fight their way back up. So they can work their way out of that lower bracket. First, we are going to be jumping into some German versus German action, ShowTimE versus HeRoMaRinE, followed by Clem versus Serral. And then after that, we have the losers of those 2 series facing off against each other in the lower bracket semifinals. That is the current plan when it comes to going through the current matches here tonight, to work through the upper bracket and then a little bit of the lower bracket as well before wrapping up the tournament tomorrow. That's the plan. That is the plan. Whew. As we are jumping on in, and we're going to be jumping into our first game of the night, the first game of the broadcast. Again, up first is going to be ShowTimE versus HeRoMaRinE, and game 1 is going to be on Winter Madness. Let's go. Let us go. Again, Big Gabe, we already got to feature him in a TVP yesterday, and he had an intense back and forth between himself and Zan. Was very close, was very clutch, and then we'll see how he compares to his countrymen. We'll see how he compares to ShowTimE. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is ShowTimE. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the German Terran player, the blue Terran representing Mouse. It is HeRoMaRinE. Here we go as we are jumping into our fresh series, into our fresh best of 5. Bearing in mind, of course, it is going to be a best of 5, so a longer series, a longer back and forth, and we'll see how ShowTimE differs to Zan. Now, from the side of Big Game, we did actually see quite a bit of mid to late game play. I assumed coming into a series against Zan, he was going to be much more aggressive, much more assertive. That was not the case. We saw a lot more defensive play out of Big Game, being able to build up back at home, build up to 3-4 bases, and embrace a longer and later game state. We'll see if he gets there this time as well. Meanwhile, I would say that ShowTimE is better prepared for that kind of game state compared to Zan, typically, traditionally. So this might be a long series. I can see them both embracing the late game here in TVP. We'll see if we can get there. Up first, welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is a larger map of the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. Because that we often do see longer and later games on Winter Madness. Likewise, when it comes to your initial 4-base setup, it's pretty secure. Your 5th base is more out in the open though. That's when we can start like looking to try to break a defending player and try to pull them apart, is when they do expand either here on the low ground on the left hand side or up here on the high ground as they spread themselves even more thin. Here we go. So we'll see how our players will build up. For the time being, it is going to be a standard economic opener here out of HeRoMaRinE, and going Rax Expand, opening up with a single gas geyser into his early Marine production. So again, no SCV scouts, no Reaper scouts. HeRoMaRinE, he's being a little bit greedier here this early on, and cutting corners and building up as economically as he can, which is kind of like the go-to in standard TVP. Here's the go-to. Oh, going for the earlier tech lab. So it looks like Marine first into Cyclone. Typically, you add on swap here, factory onto the tech lab into early Cyclone production to be able to deal with any early game aggression. Speaking of ShowTimE, he does chrono out his first Stalker, just building up back at home, soon getting into his tech of choice. Now, we have seen ShowTimE mix it up a little bit. I mean, the standard way to approach this is going to be a Twilight Council opener. We have seen some Stargate play. I wouldn't be opposed to that, especially on these larger maps, but no, it is going to be Twilight Council. So Twilight Council, standard opener out of ShowTimE into Blink. Now, you can open up Charge, and we have seen that especially on smaller maps. If you believe your opponent's being hyper aggressive and wants to be in your face and go for an early tank push, you can try to hard counter with early Charge, but again, that's more of a niche build. It's a little bit more specific, and we're expecting something more generalized here from ShowTimE. Let's go. Blue Station moves out. Behind this, oh, a second and a third. Never mind. Okay, we have a 3-racks follow-up after the factory. Delayed starport. Massive focus here on early blink. Sorry, early blink. I meant to say early stim and mass bio production. A heavy bio composition early on here for Big Gabe. Much more aggressive out of our Terran player. Now, if ShowTimE were to react to this and go for Charge instead of Blink, it would be totally understandable. Again, we are showing signs here of early game aggression, of early move-outs, of a committed timing here from Big Gabe. ShowTimE back at home. Going for a 3-gate opener, so 3 gateways here on the low ground and in the main, and going for a 3rd base as well. So relatively safe. I say relatively. We typically see a robo before expansion. Here, this is expansion before robo, so we do see that ShowTimE is cutting some corners, and we'll see if he can get away with it. Bearing in mind that Big Gabe, I mean, he still has some time to really build up. He has to get his upgrade stim, combat shields, all the upgrades are still in production. Once they kick in, then Gabe can move out. Ooh, and it looks like he is going for the starport, reactor, add-on swap into reactor, medevac production. And the hallucination confirms. Big scout. Yeah, big scout here. If this hallucination noticed that there was no starport, then this would be indicative of a 2-base all-in. But because there is a starport, it looks like it's going to be that stim timing, but alas, Gabe should be expanding behind. ShowTimE is in position to delay, to disrupt. There is no safety bunker on the low ground. Blink is done in 10 seconds, which means one stalker is going to go down. It's a nice pickup. Gabe is trying to be active. Oh, as Blink does finish. Gabe is about to move out, just waiting for his medevacs. There's the add-on swap. Medevacs are on the way. And ShowTimE chronoing out Charge. And Charge was delayed. But he's working on those upgrades. ShowTimE does move out. The armies, they do miss each other. Is there a chance that we can catch the medevacs? Potentially. But the last ShowTimE did miss the army. Medevacs, they load up the units, they move out. There's nothing. There's 0 units at home to defend. But ShowTimE doesn't know. Da-da. Yeah, ShowTimE unfortunately does miss the move out. Again, his army is here to delay, but there's nothing to delay. Gabe, he already slipped past. Yeah, he already slipped by. Hallucination confirms army's out of position. Gabe moves in. ShowTime's racing back home. He does race back. Oof. Yeah, Sentry's taking a lot of hits, a lot of damage. Likewise, the base itself also getting low. That's going to keep here from Gabe. Takes down the Zealots, now getting on top of the Stalkers, and can he break through? The boys are being pulled here. The boys are being pulled. ShowTimE is getting desperate. So many Stalkers do go down, but ShowTimE will defend. But a messy defense here. 10 probe kills. Oh my god, almost every single Stalker. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, shaky defense here from ShowTimE, bleeding out so many units. Again, 10 probes alongside 12 Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, messy defense here from ShowTimE. And again, he was just out of position. Like, he just missed the move outs. Didn't realize what was going on. Does get the medevac at least. That does help. And at least save the expansion. But again, a very shaky defense. A shaky early game here from ShowTimE. Gabe behind this is expanding. 3rd CC is on the way. Remember, this was not an all-in. It's not an all-in. See, threatens a drop, gets swatted. And this time ShowTime's keeping up. ShowTimE is aware. Keeping up with the drops. Gabe, he does force a cancel. Okay. Nice expansion. Again, just keeping ShowTimE on the back foot. Trying to drag the army here within mine range. Oh my god, yeah, wouldn't mind if they just punish the zealots. And ShowTimE is being pulled apart. He's being pulled apart. We have more reinforcements on the way. And Gabe, can he just break the expansion? Remember, there is no splash damage, no Colossus, no Disruptors, no Storm. Gabe, he's so close to just breaking ShowTimE here and now. He's so close. The mines are burrowing. Oh my god, brutal connections. And Gabe has done it. Gabe, at this one, he has done it. He has broken the back of ShowTimE. I mean, he broke the back earlier when he pushed into the third base for the first time. That was critical damage. And the wooden mines are resetting. Yeah, the mines are resetting. Gabe moving in. Oh, sorry, two of them went down earlier. But more wooden mines have arrived. Storm is done. Okay. Nice splits. The splits back. Oh my god. Very nice spread. And mine shots popping up. No more storms. A handful of zealots remaining. And GG gets called HeRoMaRinE. He will overwhelm. He will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A big Gabe. He will take a lead in this series. Again, ShowTimE had just a really rough opener. He missed the move out. He missed the medevac, so he had to defend with half of his army. Half his army was across the map. The other half was back at home. He raced back. He turned back around. By the time he made it back home, he had already lost his production, or he already lost his army. He already lost his economy. Just a very shaky defense there out of ShowTimE. Caught with his pants down, and Gabe takes a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. That leads us into game 2, going to be loading into the Old Republic, another one of these larger maps, and hopefully this time ShowTimE can get a better idea and a better handle on HeRoMaRiNE's positioning, on his army, on his move outs. And spawning in the top right hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the red Protoss player, the German Protoss, representing Sentinels. It is a ShowTimE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the German Terran player, the blue Terran representing Mals. It is HeRoMaRiNE. Buenos dias, lights. Sunday morning. Let's see two. Let's go. Sí, papi, sí. Buenos dias. Buenos dias. Ah. Good morning. Ay, ay, ay. It's gonna be our setting up. And again, we didn't really get to sink our teeth into that last game, unfortunately. It was decided early on because of the move out, because of the missed push, the missed drop. And we'll see if ShowTimE can keep up this time. Let's go. But now, we should be expecting the same builds, to be honest. Last game, we had 3 gates blink into a third base. This time on the Old Republic, we could even see 2 gate blink instead. We could try to cut some corners and get a faster third and get a greater economy. So there are options here for ShowTimE to be greedier, or even to go for a Stargate opener. And opening our Phoenix, that's also another option. Once again, Gabe opening up with a single gas, opening up Racks Expand. Same opener, same build, 2 games in a row so far. Even does skip the Reaper. ShowTimE is going to be as annoying as possible, but the CC is still going to be, it's going to be delayed. CC is going to be off center, so a nice little delay here from ShowTimE, bearing in mind that CCs can lift and land. So we'll just delay by a couple of seconds. You can hear tasing away at the SCV. You're just tasing away. Once again, it's going to be Racks into Marine, into Tech Lab, into Adelstop, into Early Cyclone. And just the same build. Now, the real question becomes, does he throw down 2 more Raxes again? Does he actually commit to just the same straight-up build instead of the opener? I'm not too fond of the idea, to be honest. I do feel like you do need to mix things up here, especially at this level of play. So we'll see. Meanwhile, Twilight Council open out of ShowTimE. Twilight Council into Blink. So again, we are building up. Getting into our reactor. Oh, my adept did arrive, did delay actually, just barely. It looks like the CC will complete, but a nice delay nonetheless. Has to lift, has to land, has to finish up as well. So a cheeky start here from ShowTimE, gets into the main base, kills a Marine as well. Not bad, even getting a full scout. Oh, does ever stays welcome. But that's gonna get caught out. Now the fact that he saw no extra Raxes here is a little bit indicative of something weird going on. We can see why. It's going to be delayed Rax into a much faster third CC. Didn't confirm it, but did see the lack of other production buildings, which was suspect. So a hyper greed out of HeRoMaRinE going into the fast third CC. Meanwhile, we do see ShowTimE being a little bit safer actually, going for the Robo before the expansion. Yeah, 2 blink, Robo into a delayed third base. Very safe play out of ShowTimE. Yeah, he's being very safe. It's going to be that 3 CC into 3 Rax follow-up. And coming into this, the pressure is on ShowTimE. Because of the amount of greed that HeRoMaRinE, and because of all the corners he's cutting, because of his amount of greed, he is going to have a boosted economy coming into the mid game. It's going to lead into a larger army as well. It's on ShowTimE to delay the economy, to disrupt the setup here from Gabe in some way. Problem is ShowTimE hasn't confirmed this, so he's not fully aware. Observers now moving out. Behind this, throwing down a 3rd and 4th gateway. Building up his Blink Stalkers. As we've been here before, but where ShowTimE, he's parked outside the bases. This time there's no drop play. Remember, this time it's delayed starport, delayed move outs as we're focusing on the economy. ShowTimE does get eyes on all the Raxes. Didn't see the 3rd CC timing though. He had the same follow-up, getting to charge, eventually into storm. But I'm sure this time, if Gabe were to commit across the map, ShowTimE will be able to scatter ahead of time. See it, spot it, slow it down. It will not be the same outcome. ShowTimE does blink away. And Gabe claims his 3rd. And will just claim the 3rd base. ShowTimE getting ready back at home, but there's no push. Not yet. Oh, and ShowTimE does mix things up here, not going for Storm, but this time going for Colossus. Okay. Building up into Disruptors, sorry, into Colossus, leading eventually into Disruptors. Okay. And settle in. ShowTimE claiming his 4th base, building up his army, gaining map control, and we're slowing things down. The goal for Gabe should just be to turtle up. He's already getting towers, so sensor towers, missile turrets. Just turtling up here on 3 bases, eventually working on a 4th. It's going to be on ShowTimE to try to break a defending and a turtling Terran. I will say that breaking a 3-basing Terran player here on the Old Republic is going to be quite difficult. The high ground, the SimCity here, it's relatively defendable. ShowTimE should wait for HeRoMaRinE to expand, right? Once Gabe tries to claim a 4th base, then he'll expose himself. least that's how it should work. As that is a lot of charge dots. ShowTimE, I'm sure, is tempted to dive in. He might just catch Gabe out in the open. Okay. Yeah, Gabe is down low ground. The tanks are exposed, and they're all going to go down. Yeah, ShowTimE, he does dive in. Tanks are going to be the first to fall. Ay, ay, ay. Gabe, he moved down to the low ground, and with that, ShowTimE, he overwhelms. He overwhelms, zones away the army, at the same time pushing in towards the natural. More Zealots are warping in. And Gabe, he is in trouble. I will say that ShowTimE, he's having a bit of a rough time controlling his army. Trying to bring it all together. Yeah, tank is going to be focused down. Zealots, they chase down the player. They do outtrade. They trade well. And ShowTimE is so close to pushing into that mineral line. He's so close, but barely doesn't have enough. He needs more Zealots. Yeah, again, it was a very messy assault here from ShowTimE, going back and forth, not knowing what he wanted. It's very messy. And Gabe holds. Oof. Yeah, HeRoMaRinE, he does hold on. There was so much potential here for ShowTimE. He initially, things were looking up, things were going well, but he failed to peel off Zealots into the third base or into the natural. He did not get economic damage. And the scary thing here, remember, is that Gabe was greedy. He went for a very fast third base. He gets away with that greed. He gets away with the greater economy, and now that translates into that larger army that we spoke about. And ShowTimE, he had potential. Had potential. But again, the execution was lacking. Now ShowTimE does poke in. Does try to poke in here. I mean, as I mentioned before, Gabe, he now exposes himself trying to expand on the low ground. This is where ShowTimE can abuse. Poking in, getting a couple of swipes off. Softening up the army. Does soften up. Oh. Once again, catching up in orders. These 3 Colossus, they just believe we have a 4th Colossus on the way. ShowTimE making up for his losses earlier. True. Does make up for it. Yeah, it does make up for it. And even here, even though ShowTime's not able to push in, he's mass expanding behind this. Now taking control of the high yield gas geyser, taking more bases, affording more reinforcements. A 4th Colossus has arrived. ShowTime, can he break through into that tank? Yeah, he can. He's so close to doing so. Yeah, the Viking count has been very lackluster here for Gabe until now. He's getting up to 5, soon to be up to 8. He's building up his Vikings. Still building up. ShowTime does take down the tank. Yeah, tank goes down. Vikings are exposed. Nice juggling here by ShowTime. And ShowTime will snipe every single Viking. The 4 Colossus, they all do survive. They're a little bit far back. Yeah, a little bit far back here. But there we go. They push forward. And ShowTime, I believe he has done it. He has broken Gabe. We got to move in though. The Colossus, they're wasting DPS. Yeah, wasting DPS here. Now they push forward. There was potential here for a little bit more damage. They were choked up, they weren't able. But regardless, 19 dead SCVs, right? 19 workers. Tank is in position. So 1 Colossus goes down, but a miscontrol there by ShowTime. Down to 3. Rebuilding his 4th. And once again, ShowTime was so close to breaking Gabe. Once again, he was wasting all the DPS with his Colossus. Now he's focusing, now he's moving in. And he breaks pro tanks once again. Oh god. He does cut back in time. It's back, gets into the mineral line. So the Gateway Army did overextend. The Colossus are on their own. Oof. Losing another Colossus. But these are still better trades for the Protoss. Still better trades. But again, just barely not breaking through. Okay, reinforcements have arrived. Okay, AB is down to 4 Vikings. There aren't that many Stalkers left over. So we need that Prism. And Prism moves in. The first Colossus, it looks like, will go down. Oh, nice save. Yeah, nice save. GG gets called. ShowTimE breaks the third base for the third time, and ShowTimE will tie the series 1-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, I was a little bit concerned here that ShowTimE would have maybe overextended or maybe just had miscontrolled his army a little bit too much when it came to his DPS output, but no, he was still able to break through, break that third base location, get on top of the tanks, and overwhelm Gabe. GG. GG, well played. Again, overall did an amazing job when it came to preserving all those Colossus, building up to 3-4 Colossi, being able to take advantage of that, able to punish the Vikings, shut them down, and overwhelm Gabe. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a back and forth. We have a series. That's all that I wanted out of these two players. And we'll see who can take a lead in this series. Up next, going to be loading into Taito Citadel. Let's go. And of course, this game, Gabe was a little more passive. I mean, he was greedier, which kind of lends to that, which is why he was a little more defensive instead. But he wasn't really able to apply any pressure across the map. At ShowTimE, he was safe and sound back at home, was left to his own devices, and we'll see how our players adjust coming into game number 3. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Taito Citadel, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for Sentinels. It is ShowTimE. And spawning in the top hand corner, we have the German Terran player, the blue Terran representing Mals. It is HeRoMaRinE. Here we go. So we have it back and forth, we have a tied series, and now we're getting into game number 3. And welcome one and all to Taito Citadel. This is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool, but hey, it's a longer series, so vetoes are a little bit less available to us. And when it comes to this map, it's large. True, it's a larger map in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, but the bases are very spread out. The triangular third base, the linear third base, the center fourth base, they're all very spread out. It can be very difficult to defend and to maintain all these bases, especially in a longer game. And that is why we see Gabe mixing it up and opening up double gas instead. Okay. Does go for a double gas opener, which means faster factory for the first time in the series, faster factory, faster starport, delayed CC out of Gabe. Try aggressive. I do feel like the pressure is on Gabe to be even more aggressive than usual because of the map, because of the gold base. The gold base is a factor here on Taito Citadel. It is very common for Protoss players to gain map control and to claim the gold base themselves, so it's on the Terrans to be even more aggressive than normal on Taito Citadel. Gotta be more aggressive to make sure the Protoss player doesn't comfortably get the gold. So the pressure is on. Technically, this could turn into a one base all in, but racks into factory into CC, it should be the go-to. Gabe is moving out. Cool. So that comes to follow up here out of ShowTimE. We've yet to see ShowTimE really vary things up too much. Game 1, we saw 3-gate blink. Game 2 was 2-gate blink with a robo. Game 3, how many gateways? With said opener, we are investing into a heavier Reaper Hellion count. Okay. By committing this hard, then the goal should be for economic damage. As we're getting up to 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. Okay, he's poking in. Hellion is deflected. Reapers are getting to the middle line, getting 1, getting up to 2. Oh, oh. Ah, just 1. Getting 1 probe kill. The army has arrived. And building up into the rest of the army. Likewise behind this, getting zone eventually to soon be 3-1-1 setup. Oh, and not going into Banshee play, but going into Ravens. Tanks are on the way, Ravens as well. Once again, just to reiterate, due to the commitment into Reaper Hellion, the goal should be to try to get into the natural force fight with the main army, and Gabe is going to be completely cleaned up. Ay, ay, ay. 2 Reapers going down, a Hellion going down as well. This opener was not worth it for Gabe. It was not worth it. And ShowTimE expands. Once again, ShowTimE went 3 Gabe Bling into a Robo. A very safe play actually by ShowTimE. Very safe. This Gabe is trying to be more active. Raven is moving out. No Banshee. Pattern swap into Stim. And from here, Gabe is just looking to harass. We're gonna harass the main. And should be staying at home until he builds up his upgrades. And Stim has just begun. This game moves out. ShowTimE pokes in. Confirms the production. Gabe is spotted. And I'm still not convinced that he's gonna commit across the map. Like, it would be so risky here. He's gonna bleed out these Marines. He may even lose the tanks as well. Okay, we gotta be careful. And he's going for it, okay. Bleeds out 2 more Marines. Gabe, he needs to get the hell out of here. He's gonna lose everything. Oh, God. He does have some reinforcing Marines, thankfully. Yeah, a couple of Marines reinforce. More soldiers are coming in. Again, Gabe, he will lose his entire army. I don't know why he's here. I'll be... As I was saying, I don't know why he's pushing before Stim. Like, Stim is finishing up in what, like 30 seconds? So, just a little bit overly ambitious there by Gabe. He throws away his army, throws away 2 tanks, 12 Marines. He will lose map control. This also means that his Stim timing is that much weaker. He just lost, what, 12 Marines? Yeah, he just lost 12 Marines and 2 tanks. That means even though Stim is about to finish, he can't push anymore. And without 2 tanks, yeah, his main is exposed. Yo, Gabe, is that too much to drink, babbies? I know it's HomeStory Cup, so you know you gotta celebrate. I understand, but that was crazy. Este, Gabe, put down las chelas, baby. Put him down. Put him down. Raven does get some probe damage here. 3 probes go down. But again, Gabe, he's lost any momentum and he's stuck at home. I say that he does peel off a couple of medevacs. He does move out with his drop. Bold move. But he needs to get damage done with this. He has to make up for his losses. Oh no. Oh no, the tank. Oh no! Oh, we could have blinked in. Yeah, ShowTimE could have blinked forward. The tank is on its own. ShowTimE should recognize why that's the case. Drop comes in. There's a missed opportunity here. Like, again, this army could be abused so hard. But there's a defensive warp in. ShowTimE, he does turn back around. Now claiming the gold. So Gabe, he gets away with it. Again, there's a world where ShowTimE kills the tank, kills the Marines, denies the 3rd base, and contains Gabe even further on 2 bases. But hey, he gets away with his own 3rd expansion. He's building up into the mid game. Gabe is still in this.
Command center upgrade complete.
Still very much so in this. He gets spotted by the hallucinations. Rotating towards the gold. And he will check. Okay, he's making a beeline over towards that gold base. We spoke about this earlier, but it's so important here that Gabe fights for the gold. And now he's built up an army. Still only has one tank. Widow Mine gets focused down. Does get both Widow Mines. Yeah, both Widow Mines do full. And Gabe is getting caught out. Yeah, he's getting caught out here. Nice mine shot. Reinforces on the high ground. ShowTimE has to respect it. Has to respect that. Has to pull away. ShowTimE rotates over towards that third. Getting a second rover, building up a third Colossus as well. Gabe is trying to keep up. He has no siege units in position. Nice force field, very nice force fields. Yeah, chokes up the army. Ooh, one Colossus goes down. Yeah, ShowTimE did overextend. Vikings did punish, and Gabe is holding. He does hold on. But what's important here is that ShowTimE, now that he has his gold base up and running, he can afford to trade like this. He can afford to just rebuild, remax, and keep trading and give Gabe a hard time holding onto 3 bases. So still taking up. Dark Shrine is on the way. Dark Shrine, 5th expansion. We should soon be seeing disruptors, and ShowTimE should be the first to max out. Should be able to max. Again, he is getting there. Okay, B tries to commit in. Again, he just wants to expand. ShowTimE doesn't make it through into the main base. Nice defense. But I think ShowTimE has enough to break that fourth. There are a lot of Vikings, that's true, but there's not a lot on the ground. Yeah, he can just send it. He can just send it in. Colossus will fall, losing one, might even lose both. We have more reinforcements coming in though. It's going to be close, but again, I do feel like ShowTimE has enough. Takes down all the medevacs. Nice target firing. 3, 4, 5 medevacs going down. Oh, but not enough for the bio. Has to pull away. Here comes the second Colossus. There's still 2 Vikings left over. All the force fields. Locks down the Marines. Planetary does finish. The planetary is done, but again, that was still a brutal fight for Gabe. He lost every single medevac. And as Gabe has to rebuild his medevacs, he's not making Vikings, right? His Viking production has been delayed. Colossus, they can still dominate. Looking forward, catching out the tank. This time there's no planetary. The Colossus are exposed. Okay, Kite's back. Kite's back for a moment. Bold move by ShowTimE trying to rush forward. Where are the disruptors, by the way? We saw them in production earlier. mind. I guess he cancelled. Just building on more Colossus. I mean, hey, the Viking count is still quite low. Still low Viking count. Oof, down to 3. Does hold on. It does barely hold, does barely defend. It's still an uphill battle though, as we're warping in 7 Dark Templar. Okay. DTs warp in. Wants that planetary. There is no missile turrets. Uh-oh. And no turrets in position. Bunker is broken. Breaks out the bunker. Zealots are thrown away. Here comes ShowTimE. Dives on the planetary. The planetary does get picked up. GG gets called. Gabe is pulled apart. And ShowTimE takes a 2-1 lead in the series. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a really awkward start for Gabe. Winding it back, if you recall, Gabe, he went for a really weird move out. He pushed with 2 tanks and like, what, 10 vanilla Marines? They lost everything. It was a really, really weird move out where I thought he was just maybe going to just posture in the middle of the map and just gain map control and then pull away. But no, he kept going. He kept pushing across the map and it cost him everything. Like, it was just such a brutal start. It meant that he lost momentum. It meant that we saw an opening into the main base as well because the tank count was reset. It was just a really shaky early to mid game, and it meant that the mid game was weaker as a result of that. It meant that he was down to 1 tank. His push was that much weaker as well, left much to be desired. GG. GG, well played. Just a shaky start there, and Gabe, he was just capitalized on from that. Now we're loading into White Rabbit, our next map here, and we'll see if Gabe can bring it back and force the ace match, or if ShowTimE can claim it here and now. Let's go. Yo, lunacy, 안녕 하세요, papi. 안녕 하세요. Buenos días. Lunacy. Spawning in the top right hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is ShowTimE. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the German Terran player, the blue Terran representing Mouse. It is HeRoMaRinE. Moment. Sorry, it's just we're deep in the summer here and it's getting very hot. It's just making sure we're well ventilated. Welcome one and all to White Rabbit. White Rabbit is a larger map in the map pool, larger map, but longer rush distance by ground. Often we do get longer and later games, but fun facts, that's what I expected out of this entire series. We haven't gotten there. Like, at no point has Gabe been able to build up into 4 bases. Likewise, ShowTimE hasn't been able to, has been stopped from maybe building up too much as well in that second game. So we do have a bit of a back and forth here, but at the same time, we have yet to really experience any kind of macro between these 2 players. We've seen some mid-game, true, but that's typically when it ends. As we have seen a lot of both of our 2 players at one point or another gain an advantage early on to try to leverage that into a win early on as well. We have yet to slow the game down. Man, I might be eating my words soon. Like, that might now change coming to White Rabbits, but so far it has been more mid-game centric. So far we have a take a choice, Twilight Council. Once again, out of ShowTimE, we did mention previously that he is one that's willing to mix it up a little bit and going to Stargate play or Robo play. But so far this series has been a variation of Twilight Council every single game. We have seen all 3 different variations so far. Game 1 we saw 3 gates, game 2 we saw 2 gate into a Robo, and game 3 we saw 3 gate into a Robo before 3rd base. Progressively throughout the course of the series we've been getting safer and safer in a sense. So we have Gabe getting to his own 1-1-1. And we'll see if he goes for an add-on swap. Do we see Banshees for the first time this series? Do we see something different? Oh no, okay. Tag Lab into Cyclone. Did go Reactive Marine. Nice auto stepping here, nice catch from Gabe. Yeah, bullying back those adepts. Does bully. Bully them back. Likewise, just getting into our openers at third base now on the way for ShowTimE. I believe going 2-gate. Okay, for the first time this series, 2-gate blink into the third. The greediest build you can viably go for. Okay, so very greedy build here by ShowTimE. We'll see if Gabe can punish. He's moving out with his Marines, with his Cyclone as well. And what is it to defend? 3 Stalkers, 2 Adepts, and a Sentry. It's going to be a close one. We'll see what we can lock into, or lock onto. In. Again, the backbone of this army is the Cyclone. Shield battery is done just in time. Lock-on is not quite broken. It's burning all of the shields. It does move in. Medevac takes a lot of hits. So far, nice control here by ShowTimE. He dealt Sky back. Very nice. One Stalker finally goes down, losing one, but ShowTimE holds. Oh, there's ShowTimE, he holds. Means that the army losing a second Stalker. That's 2 Stalkers for 11 Marines, a Medevac, and a Cyclone. A solid defense by ShowTimE. Solid defense. Oh, even catching reinforcements. Gabe was rallying. Gabe is forced all the way back. Hallucination to the main base confirms it. Confirms Cloak. Focus on the way. ShowTimE should be getting ready. Batteries with detection. There it is. Battery in the main. And battery at the third. So from here, ShowTimE can just settle down. He just settle in. His third base is getting fully saturated. Remember, he went for a greedier build. He's going for his Banes and Colossus production. He's now aware of the Banshees as well, so less of a chance for them to actually get damage done. So far, ShowTimE's looking good, and Gabe expands. No 2-base all-in. Third TC is on the way. Now, on the one hand, it was a worse start for Gabe, and it does mean that ShowTimE has map control and can freely expand. On the flip side of things, at least Gabe did retain all of his tanks, and he can decide to turtle up. To turtle up here, slowly get a third base, claim the third, get a fourth base, and build up into a longer game. It seems like that's the approach that Gabe is going for. Meanwhile, the benches are moving out. She's on moving out. Gabe hoping to force a distraction and then break out himself. Oh, tanks. They're going to try to get within range. Cheeky moves. And they are. Ooh, gonna get a volley off. Nice catch there on ShowTimE. Banshees are still in the top left corner of the map. They're still in the top left. ShowTimE should be aware that the Banshees have yet to reveal themselves. But doesn't have many Stalkers back at home to defend. Yeah, they're mainly in the main. ShowTimE does race back home, and Gabe expands. And again, ShowTimE should not be fighting for the third, he should be fighting for the fourth base. poke in. 1, 2 probe kills. Oh. So far, nice damage, nothing major, but with Banshee's get away. They can always go back in. And again, this is just distracting ShowTimE. Just causing a distraction. Gabe throws out his sensor tower, securing his third base. Building up his liberators. Now, as he's here on 3 bases, this is where things get a little bit awkward. We mentioned earlier that the 4-base setup is very spread thin. Likewise, this high ground location here is also very open as well. ShowTimE rotating over towards that third. And Gabe, he doesn't see the army. He's not fully aware. Nice tank setup. Nice siege line. ShowTimE gets spotted. I don't see ShowTimE breaking this. We go with 4 tanks, 2 liberators. Yeah, it's just not going to happen. Okay, won't be broken. Not here. And the game will continue. Now getting a second robo, getting a bay. Again, when the 4th base is taken, when Gabe exposes himself and spreads himself a little bit more thin, then ShowTimE can start to push forward. Before that, it's very risky. It's very risky. Oh, gets a Banshee. Gets one. Ooh, gets both Banshees. Aye, aye, aye. Okay. Last week outside of ShowTimE. Picks up a turret. Gabe going for the center expansion. But again, this can be attacked from 3 different angles. And we're just... oh, not quite committing. ShowTimE is thinking about it. Rotating over towards the high ground. Liberators are unsieged. He does try to commit in. Oh, this I'm not so sure about. A couple of Novas do connect. They graze the tanks. Again, ShowTimE does not have to push into this. And we'll even lose the Disruptor. Disruptor goes down. Zelte do bust into the main. Won't get the warp in. The Stalkers, they blink in as well. Okay. Production's going to be going down. Catching on some of the production. Blinks to the low ground. ShowTimE gets away. Not bad. A couple of SCVs, a couple of add-ons here, a starport. Okay, nothing major. Yeah, ShowTimE does have some rough movement here. Losing 1, losing 2 Colossus and a Disruptor. Ay, ay, ay. Losing too much. Yeah, losing far too much. That does trigger a counterattack. That does trigger a push. Up until this point, it was fine, but ShowTimE, he did move through the center of the map. Goku with his pants down, bled out a lot of high-tech units. Yeah, rough positioning there from ShowTimE. And Gabe, now is the time to keep pushing. There's only 1 Colossus. But last is still a lot of Zealots. We're out in the open. Maybe kites back to his tanks. More importantly, back to his Liberators. So we're going to roll a better trade here for Gabe. ShowTimE still looking for a way in. 5th CC's on the way. Oof. And ShowTimE cannot break through. Now from here, I believe ShowTime's going for a 3rd robo. Yeah, okay, up to triple robo production. That should be for triple disruptors. ShowTime is choosing not to go into Sky Toss. As we mentioned at the start of the game, this is the first time we're entering the late game in this series. Of course, it would be on White Rabbit. What we got here? ShowTime, cannot find a way in, bleeding out a lot of Zealots. A lot of charge, let's go down, and now we get the Stargate, now we get the +1 air attack. This is late. Late tech, late upgrades here by ShowTime. Blinks in, does catch both Liberators, okay. Getting on top of the tanks. Takes out all 3. Gets 4. 4 tanks go down, a nice trade here by ShowTime. Breaks through the main army. But there's a second line behind this. ShowTime, he has to be careful. This time a better angle, this time intentionally staying away from these tanks on the high ground, on the top side. Oh, this time he may just go for them though. He's thinking about it. He wants those tanks. Oh my god. Has the engage. Oof. Rough blink. Bleeding out 4 stalkers. Time is max though. And Shadow is maxed down. Zealots AP off into the midline. 24 SCVs go down. They cripple the economy. And Gabe losing far too much. 25 dead SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. And ShowTime at this point, he has done it. ShowTime, he has crippled the economy. He's still maxed out. He can keep pushing. I still feel like he could commit into these 3 tanks here on the high ground on the top side, but not focusing on the 3rd. Doesn't quite find a way in. Rotating over. This angle is going to be more awkward to get on top of the tanks. This is more ideal for Gabe. Stalkers, he gets 1. 1, 2 tanks go down. Doesn't quite get the 3rd. An expensive trade here for ShowTime, but he can just rebuild. He rebuilds, remaxes. Whoops in more stalkers. Oh, catching at the drops. Getting 3 medevacs. Even leaking on top of the Liberators. Yeah, and Gabe just doesn't have support. He just doesn't have enough army on the ground. ShowTime, he's done it. Breaks through the main army, breaks through the Liberators. Vikings, they get bullied. ShowTime, he links forward, takes down more Liberators, takes down the Vikings. Getting into the mineral line, there's not many SCVs to kill, but GG gets called, game is broken, and ShowTime, he'll take the series 3-1, advancing on to the upper bracket finals. GG. GG, well played. Ay, ay, ay. Again, ShowTime, he was able to gain map control, mass expand. It did have one really rough moment, if you remember, when he rotated between or tried to pull out from the center of the map and he lost 2 Colossus and a Disruptor. Like, that was probably the roughest moment for ShowTime. But he was able to keep reinforcing. He had a bank behind it so he could maintain map control. And if you recall, at no point did Gabe ever move out across the map, except for the Banshee Harass. Remember, the Banshee Harass was the one exception, and also their first Cyclone push as well. But outside of those 2 instances, he was just stuck at home, turtling up, stuck at home defending as well. I mean, we spoke about that. We spoke about how that was kind of forced after he lost his Cyclone, and he lost his first push. It was very dedicated, very committed from Gabe, and it meant that he relinquished map control. And ShowTime was just able to take full advantage of that map control. Just take over the map, mass expand, build up that bank, and Gabe had a hard time defending back at home. He almost got there, almost. He was building up his Liberators, getting into more tanks, but he didn't quite get there in time. Again, the positioning in between the 3rd and 4th base was being abused quite heavily, and Didn't quite save his mineral line. GG. GG, well played. With that, ShowTimE will claim the series, and with that, we're going to be getting ready for our next semifinals. We're going to be jumping into a ZVT between Serral and Clem. Always a treat to see these two face off. Again, the best Zerg and the best Terran player in the world facing off here in a best of 5. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Ruby Rock. Let us go. Also, if you're a fan of Big Gabe, do not worry, do not fret. He gets knocked down to the lower bracket. He will have another chance to redeem himself in that lower bracket. We'll get there. For now, though, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the Finnish Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Serral. Here we go. As we have a fresh best of 5 ready for us here, and I'm curious to see how Serral has adjusted his ZVT. Now, historically, fun fact, even though I would say that Serral is the best Zerg player in the world, and hey, he's the reigning world champion as well. He won the most recent EWC a couple of months ago. True. This is all true. At the same time, I would say that Serral has had a very hard time against Clem over the past couple of years. I would actually say that both... Would I say that both Dark and Raynor, or just Raynor, but they both have had a better record or have had better performances against Clem in recent years, especially Raynor. I would often say that like Raynor versus Clem is typically closer or more in favor of Raynor than Clem versus Serral, where that'd be more in favor of Clem, just because of their styles. What I mean by that is that Raynor, he's much more of an aggressive and active and versatile player. Serral less so. Serral, he's a little more methodical. He's very big picture. He's typically very safe in his play and not as active, not as aggressive, and I feel like that favors Clem that much more. If Clem's in control and if Clem is dictating the pace of the game, then Clem, he looks like a beast. Whereas Raynor often fights for that. Now, what I just said in my analysis is typically regarding pre-patch. In the previous patch, back before the buff to the Baneling, before the buff to the Spire, before all these other changes which allowed for more versatile play, that was more applicable to Serral. Now that we've hit the new patch, I'm curious to see how Serral has adapted to the new patch as well. I think the last time we casted Serral vs Clem would have been my source of the game, which was still pre-patch, if you recall. That was the big event that happened in France. The big offline event. Which Clem did win, did take. So we'll see. So historically, Serral has been very fond of Roach base openers, but now in the latest patch, Ling Bane is more viable, right? Ling Bane is much more viable as an option. So we'll see how Serral will adjust. Behind this, Hatch gets full standard opener. Reaper does dive in and does not get the Zergling. Jesus. Oh my god, and we are rushing into a lair. Okay, so no Ling speed. He pulls into gas, does skip Ling speed, rushing into the lair, and with this we are setting up for an early all-in. Are we feeling Ling Queen Nidus all-in? Are we feeling Drop Lord play? Are we feeling 2-base Muta? Ooh, the answer is Roach all-in. Okay. So Serral, he's going to commit, he's going to double down. I do like this specifically on Ruby Rock. I was about to say that here on this map, this does favor Terran. Aggression in general is favored on Ruby Rock. Zerg players, they typically prefer larger maps to have more breathing room, to be able to build up and get up to a 3, 4, 5 base setup. On a map like this, it's how much more difficult. He scouts. Wow, Clemmy gets a full scout in the main. He confirms that the lair is on the way, that Ling speed has just now begun, the gas is still being mined. In his mind, it should either be a Bane bust or a Roach all-in. Hellies, they pick 4, they get eyes on the Roach Warren. Oof. And Serral is being torn apart here. Losing 4 drones already. Losing 4 drones. Of course, again, confirm the Roaches. Behind us, we have Banshees on the way. Now, Serral, he knows he got scouted. He knows he got scouted, and Serral is re-droning. But oh no, the Hellies, they just keep rushing in. They keep rushing forward. Losing up to 7 drones. Losing 8. And with that, Clem, he's looking very comfortable. Clem, he's ahead. He's ahead. Building up his 1-1-1. Again, I'm getting flashbacks from 2 years ago. If you recall, there was a period in time, this was during the Crimson Court era of StarCraft, where Serral would often open up in a greedy fashion into 2-base Roach, and Clem would be so good at punishing that greed, at breaking his opponents by going into a 1-1-1 setup, which is what we're seeing here, investing harder into Hellions and into Banshees. So when Hellion gets sniped, first Banshee has arrived. Behind this there is zero detection, but there can be an Overseer. Overseer can morph in. And has. The Overseer's across the map. Cloak is done in 10 seconds. We have a second Overseer back at home, thankfully. There will be detection. Banshee's revealed. Queens, they respond. Overseer's coming in. That's still going to be, what, 4 worker kills. The Banshee barely gets away. Oh my god. The Banshee pulls out. Hides in the dead space. And Serral, he's forced to drone. Because he got scattered, because it was seen, that's why he's droning, that's why he's getting upgrades. Serral is behind. Investing into the early lair, into the early roach horn, into these early roaches was not worth it. Was not worth it. Banshee goes down. But Serral is hurting. Going into going into Grew Spines. Going into Tunneling Claws. So Tunneling Claws on the way. Getting to borrow movements here for the roaches. Aye. Clem behind this, getting into his own third CC, building up his bio, and soon moving out in around a minute. In a minute, we should be hitting with +1. He might actually push prior to that, actually. I mean, hey, yes, Tim. Yeah, usually we're going for a 7-minute timing, a 7-minute push, but no, Clem is pushing earlier than that. The downside, of course, is +1 will be done mid-fight instead of the beginning. I'm just ensuring there's no 4th expansion. On Serral, he's desperate for damage. We have a drop lord on the top side. We have burrowed roaches towards the south. Same time, Banshee does get 2 drone kills. Roaches are burrowing in. Okay, I slip into the bases. SCVs are going down. This is a nice start here for Serral. It's a nice start. 6 SCV kills. Oh, doesn't notice. Does he notice? Oh, he stims. He stims on the Ravagers, but the tanks are exposed. Yeah, losing 1, 2, losing 3 tanks. Ay. This is a better trade for Serral. As long as he gets out. As long as he does get out. Oof. Does feel for a lot of roaches. But again, he reset the tank count. Escapes with 2. 2 roaches get away. Same time, rally's over, heading into the mineral line. As we mentioned, this is a small map, you can just rally across so quickly. And we'll see if Serral can keep up. Keep up with all the roaches. Also, I love that we kind of open up this game and we open up this series talking about how Serral Heal's very fond of roach-based play and how in the latest patch, Ling Bane is more viable, so we can see more Ling Bane. We still found our way into roaches anyway, but that is Serral's go-to. Often it's Roaches into Lingbane. With the infestation with timing here, it could be Roaches into Ultra. But +2 range is on the way, leaning more towards Hydras and Lurkers as a result of that. I see in chat, how long ago was the latest patch? It was last year, mid-October or late October, early November. So 3-4 months. That's Base. Oh, 2 connect. And catching in the medevac. Fun fact, I guess technically this is the first offline event on the latest patch. Kind of. Kind of because of Thunderfire. True. Like Thunderfire was, I guess, technically the first big event on the patch. This is the second offline event, I should say. But with that, Clem, he breaks the expansion, he breaks through most of the queens, catching at the roaches. Yeah, so this is the second offline event on the latest patch. Yeah, Serral, he's being broken. He is barely holding on here, but we have reinforcements rallying in. And again, Serral, he has an inefficient army supply, so he's actually smaller than what it looks like. The super is lying to you. It's worse than what it seems. And Clem is overwhelming. He's overwhelming. Breaks the 4th base. Keeps pushing forward. Catching on more roaches. We just see Soul trying to catch reinforcements himself, and he does find some value here. But he cannot keep up with the production of Clem. It's not going to happen. And GG gets called. Clem, he breaks through the natural, and Clem takes game number 1. Whew, GG, well played. An interesting approach here by Serral to go for the initial all-in. Unfortunately, he got scattered. Winding it back, Serral, he was playing from behind. He was playing from behind the entire game. He went for the late link speed. He went for the early lair. He went for the 2-base play, and he got scattered. He got scattered early on, and because he got scattered, he was forced to drone. He was forced to drone, forced to expand. He was forced to deviate away from the all-in that he was building up towards, and that meant that he was playing from behind, as he had a very inefficient opener. He was down in economy already to begin with. He had potential with those roaches, and he was able to get some damage, but again at a cost. And again, really more than anything, it was trying to even things up. Even before that, we saw, because of the greed and because of the early game and how shaky it was, Serral, he lost so many drones here to the first Hellion wave, to the Hellion and Banshee harass. GG, well played. So again, Serral playing from behind and was unable to catch back up. And now we load into game number 2. Loading into game 2, going to be loading into Winter Madness, and we'll see how Serral will adjust. Winter Madness is a much larger map, so the chance of him going for a 2-base all-in is much lower this time. Much lower. When we think of all-ins, we think of Ruby Rock, we think of Tourmaline, and we think of 10,000 feet. Those are kind of the 3 maps on my mind. But here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, the Finnish Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Serral. Here we go. Here we go, and welcome one all to Winter Madness. Again, Winter Madness is one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. Because of that, we do expect to see a more standard opener out of Serral this time, and we could even see Mutaplay. Like, Spire and Mutaplay is definitely accessible here. Raynor is quite fond of that kind of style in ZVT and does like to mix it in. We'll see if Serral is one to do the same. Now, I'm also curious to see if Serral will embrace Raynor's build. If you remember, we did see Serral do so during Maestros of the game, during that offline event in France against Clem. What is Rainer's build? It is Ling into Infestor into Ultra Tech. It's very, very greedy. I think it's Ling Infestor or Ling Roach Infestor into Ultra Tech, where Rainer, he skips Baneling production. But again, I want to say there are variations where he skips Roaches as well. He just goes pure Ling into Infestor into Ultras. It's a really greedy style, and if you can get away with it, you can pop off. But we did see Serral attempt and fail to kind of whip out that build against Clem in France. So I'm curious to see if he tries it again or if he does something different. But now we do have our openers. Racked expand, nothing crazy here by Clem. Last game, Clem did go for a 1-1-1, which is racks into factory into starport into a delayed TC, and that's why Clem was able to do so much damage last game with his Hellion Banshee. So much. But again, on a larger map, that should lead into more economic builds. Should be. Reaper pokes in, SCV's in position. Serral, he's being denied his third. Ooh, rough setup here by Serral. And this is one of the downsides of Winter Madness. Unlike on other maps where you have two viable third base options, on Winter Madness is only one. So it's easier to block the third and easier to delay the expansion. And Serral, he's stuck on a two base economy. Ay. Again, Serral, he can't expand on low ground or expand here at the fourth location. So a big delay for Serral. Behind this, we have a third TC into a second Rax. Okay, so a 3 CC 2-1-1. Drone is coming back in. Can he block? He can. He's going for the drone. Oh my god, can he kill? Can he kill? He can. The drone is going to go down. Massive pickup. Serral, he just wants to expand, Bobby, and a massive delay again. Stuck on two bases, heavily delayed third. That means that this third base is going to be vulnerable. Obviously, the economy is delayed, the production is delayed, everything is delayed here for Serral. And Serral, he will play from behind. Okay, delaying the third base is heavily here is brutal. And remember, Clem is going for stim timing. Remember, he went for a later starport into a faster second rack. So early stim, early reactor marine production. Clem, he's building up towards that stim timing. Again, just giving Serral a hard time. Serral, he just wants to expand. Thank you so much, Slow Joe in the chat for the subscription. 18 months, baby. 18 months. Thank you so much, baby. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Yeah. Serral, he's trying to move out, trying to be active on the map. Going for the earlier Eva chamber. Serral, he did not scout the main base, but seeing the lack of Hellions is a tell. So Serral, he's reading this well. He's reading this as a 2-1-1, and he's going for early carapace. That is how you want to respond. Ling pokes in. Will confirm all the Marines. Yeah, he knows. So Serral, he is aware. You can see he's getting ready for a Ling run by. Going for the earlier lair. Oh, as Clem is in position. Yeah, Serral is punished. It's just a little bit too premature. It's premature, Pat. And here comes Clem. This is his timing. Stim is now done. Stim is done. He's got his medevacs. He's got his 2-1-1. 14 Marines. 14 Marines are moving out. Ling's ready for a run by, but the Hellions are in position to defend. So Clem, he defends his third base. Moves out across the map. Again, Serral, he's aware of the move out. He has all of his queens in position. And what can Clem get done? Nice catch with the Lings. They catch reinforcements. Same time, Marines, they do rush in. Can they get a queen? Rush transfuse. Ooh, does force a cancel. That's all that Clem wanted. Deny the fourth base. Queen's out to transfuse. And again, this is just such a rough start for Serral. Late third base, late fourth base. Late economy. Clem is ahead economically. Fun fact. He has equivalent SCVs or equivalent workers plus mules. So Clem has a greater economy. He picks up the queen. No transfuse available. They're off of creep. And he's going to force out the cancel. Oof. Oh, God. Nice expansion. Kills another queen as well. Oh, no. Clem is just bullying Pat. Ay, ay, ay. And then this all just comes from the opener. Like, it's just a snowball effect. Having your third base delayed the way that it was means that you struggle to get a fourth. And Clem is just abusing that fact. Now, we spoke earlier, actually. I wasn't sure if Serral was actually going to do it. Do you remember what we said at the start of the series? How I was curious if, actually, sorry, at the start of this game even, I was curious if Serral was going to play the same way, the HeRoMaRinE build. The HeRoMaRinE build, which is Ling and Fester into Ultra, which Serral attempted at Masters of the Game in France and did fail against Clem. Well, we're seeing it here. There's the Hive on the way. There's Infestors on the way. 2-1 upgrades. No banelings. Like, this is purely a baneless defense. Nice fungal. Fungal lands. Marines, they get killed by the fungals. Oh my god. Yeah, nice chain fungals there from Serral. Locking down the army. But again, it's purely Ling and Fester into Ultra Tech. This is insanely greedy. But I do think that Serral has to cut corners. Like he has to be greedy like this. He has to take a big chance just because of how rough the early game has been. Like, you have to gamble in some way. You can't just play standard. Not after falling this far behind. So as a result, Serral is very vulnerable, and Serral, he's heavily reliant on the fungal growths. And how many fungals does he have? 2. Okay, he's down to 2 fungal growths. He has 5 infestors. He had to spend 3 fungals earlier. Lings, they can force a cancel. Ah, never mind. CC does finish, does lift. There's 2, soon to be 3 fungals. Alright, shots are popping up. Here come the fungals. Oh my god, they do miss. Jesus. Yeah, the fungals don't quite connect. Marines, they hold their own, denying the expansion. Zoning back Serral. I think it takes a long time to regenerate those infestors. 2 more infestors on the way. There's the Ultra Cavern. Now, if Serral can survive until Ultras, then he can swing this back in his favor, but it's still a ways away. But again, this build was showcased in the lead up to Masters of the Game by HeRoMaRinE. He was actually doing it when he was in Korea. As if you recall, HeRoMaRinE, he was in Korea for quite some time leading up to RSL. Leading up to the RSL finals. Meanwhile, Lings, they do poke in across the map. Clem, he defends, and Clem is about to max. Clem, he's about to max out. Ultra Cavern is done, and again, Serral, he needs more time for the Ultra upgrades to finish, so there's still a big window here, pre-Ultra upgrades, that Clem can overwhelm. And here he comes. Yeah, Clem, he's rallying across the map. Once again, we're reliant on those fungals. There's 3 Liberators, Mass Marine. Serral going for a massive counterattack instead. Oh no, mines! Oh my god. And mine shots are popping up. Lings are punished. Shows his fungals. Infestors getting caught out. Ooh, 3 infestors went down. Serral, he was inattentive. Massive pickoffs. Clem, he defends back at home, and GG gets called, and Clem, he will take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, Clem with a very strong start to the game, winding it all the way back. What happened this game, Clem, he was able to deny the third base. Why did that happen? Specifically on Winter Madness, and this is the case on a couple of maps, there's only one third base option. Typically, on a more quote-unquote standard map, you have multiple options. So if one base is denied, you can just take the other base instead. But specifically on Winter Madness, there's only one option here just because the other alternative third or slash basically fourth base options are much more open, much more exposed, they're much more spread thin, much more spread out. So Serral, he was stuck on two bases even longer than usual. He even lost the drone itself. The drone was killed, sniped by the Reaper as well. So Serral, he had a very, very delayed third base that led into a delayed economy, that led into delayed production, and that led into a weaker defense at the fourth base. That's why that Clem followed up with his stim timing with his 2-1-1 and also killed the fourth. So he was able to deny the third, deny the fourth base twice. He forced 2 or 3 cancellations, and it meant that Clem was able to enjoy a greater economy, a larger army, and just maintain that momentum. And the dominoes that just fell one after the other. Yes, Serral, he survived and he held on there, but he never had momentum himself. He was just, again, fighting to survive instead of fighting to really threaten Clem. GG. GG, well played. Serral, he did decide to go for, again, the Rainer build, to go for a Ling Infestor Ultra. It's a very greedy style, it's a very risky style, but again, he had to take some risks in that game to have a chance at actually claiming it, and in the end, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be loading into Game 3, and we'll see if Serral can begin the comeback. The pressure is on. Pressure is on. As spawning in the top right hand corner here of Tourmaline, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Serral. Here we go. Have our TBC, we have our Game 3 here. Again, the pressure's on Serral. He has to fight back here and now to actually make a series out of this. The pressure is on. The pressure is on. I will say that so far, Game 1 and Game 2 have been decided by the early game, to be honest. If you remember what happened in Game 1, Serral, he attempted to go for an all-in and he got scouted. He was just playing from behind as well. So the early game has been very rough for Serral, both in Game 1 and Game 2. And that has kind of set the stage for the games themselves and kind of set the tone. We got to tighten up. Set early game. Especially against Clem. But here we go. From here, Clem just going for a standard opener, just going for a racked expand. Also, welcome to Tourmaline. True, I should also bring that up. Welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a much smaller map of the map pool, shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is heavily favored here. Very open third, very open fourth base. As a result, we have seen a lot of Roach all-ins. We've been seeing a lot of Roach play and a lot of Roach all-ins, specifically on Tourmaline. It would make sense. It would not surprise me if Serral also plays Roaches here. Roaches are the go-to. Even if his plan is not to be aggressive, but even if he wants to just be defensive and survive the early game, then Roaches are the way to do that as well. So that would make the most sense in my mind. Reaper dips in, gets a Zergling. Gets one Zergling, dancing with the army. Again, we're just trying to buy time for the Queen. Queen flops out, and Serral holds. Nope. Clem looking for a way in. Behind this, a third CC before Starport, so we have an economic build here by Clem. Once again, Clem is in position to delay the third. Reaper is racing over. And this time, Serral, he should expand. The Queen is in the way. Jesus, that was close. That was very close. Thankfully for Serral, Clem's Reaper was out of position. If the Reaper wasn't checking the northern third base, then most likely that drone dies, to be honest. So that was very close. Thankfully, Clem was out of position. Serral expands. And behind this, we have a second rack. So that is a third 3 CC2 on 1. 3 CC2 on 1 here by Clem. This is the same build he went for last game. Same build. So he's going for the 14 Marine double medevac stim timing. There are alternate variations of this build where you can keep making more Hellions and then go for an Armory and go for a 3 CC2 on 1 Hellbat push. So there are variations where you keep the Hellions on the reactor. Sorry, the factory on the reactor. For a little bit longer. 4 is standard though. Okay, only 4. So 4 Hellions, then does go for the swap. Everything's looking as it should be. Serral's joining up, we're reaching 4 minutes, and soon we should be seeing our tech of choice. Is it Roach Warren, Evo Chamber, Bailey Nest, or Lair? We should be seeing one of these options coming up to the 4-minute 30 mark. And there it is, 427 Lair. So Lair first out of Serral. This is relatively safe. This does mean that if he throws out a Bailey Nest, he can get into bailing speed relatively quickly. It also means he can Overseer scouts. True, which is more important, right? He can morph in the Overseer faster and come in and confirm what's going on. Technically, this can lead into extra gases, into Muta play, into Spire play, but I would say that's ill-advised on this map. Mutas would be so difficult to pull off here on Tourmaline. The other option, of course, is Fast Hydrogen, which we have been seeing from the Korean Zerg players. If you've been watching Solar and Shin over the past month, then they've been very, very much in love with early Lair into early Hydras. Into Hydra 3 base all-ins. Getting up to 4 gases. Where's our tech? We should be seeing it soon. Serral claiming his 4th base. Overlord gets caught out. Oh, and it is going to be the Fast Hydrogen. Okay. I did just mention, actually, that the Koreans, Solar and Shin, they've been very fond of going Hydras into cutting workers at like 3.5 base saturation and just going pure Ling Hydra. They often do get a bit of a faster den, though. Oh, that's going to be cancelled. Oof. Yeah, the 4th base is denied. Queens are exposed, losing a queen already. Rough start for Serral. Oh, boy. This does have a snowball effect. Like, you cannot lose the 4th base like this. Yeah, Lings are trying to collapse in. Clem trades well. He just out-trades all the Lings. Medevac goes down. Clem pulls out. Does pull away Hellions. They did hit the 3rd base at the same time, roasting up 4 drones. Yep, plus on range tells us it's going to be no bailings. No bailings, delay bailing production into mass Ling Hydra. As I mentioned, this has been very popular amongst the Korean Zerg players. It's very committed, it's very aggressive, as you're going for that Ling Hydra timing. And I believe Clem is yet to scout. Clem doesn't know. As a Terran player, ideally you do want to get into tank production to deal with this, not into Widow Mines. But a heavier tank count. As Lings do distract, they keep Clem busy. 2nd factory's on the way, 4th TC. And we'll see if Clem does catch wind as to what's going on. As Clem's applying pressure. Hydras are about to be revealed. Up until this point, I believe Clem has not seen them. He is investing into drilling claws. Into a more mine-heavy setup. Yeah, now he scans, now he sees. Yeah, he does see, does confirm. Is where all the Hydras. Again, it's a lot of Hydras. The reason why typically you want to be switching to tanks is because Widowmines are ideal against Lingbane heavy styles, like Lingbane, especially Lingbane Muta, but against a more Hydra heavy style or Hydra heavy composition, that's where tanks can excel. So this all comes together. Things are coming from behind, they get on top of the tank. And first tank goes down. Serral does hold, does defend, and behind this is switching into Banelings. Or he's going to be supporting with Banelings. Serral does sit by. Baneling speed is now done. It's like what, 15 Banelings? Not a bad amount. 25 Hydras. 25 Hydras, again, that's the backbone of Serral's army, is that Hydra count. And as long as he can retain those Hydras, he can excel. As he should be building up towards Hive and towards Lurkers. Baneling's getting caught out. Getting caught. Mine shows about to pull up. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal mine connections. Bang does stack. Oh, nice control. Nice splits towards the end. And nice splits. Meanwhile, that's a kill, not a cancel. Hatchery goes down. And Serral, his wing engineer is just surviving to Lurkers. You can see Lurker Den is on the way. He needs those Lurkers. Serral, he needs more time. Oh. Serral does catch a medevac. Some okay mine shots. Oh. Main army does move in. A decent spread here by Clem. Oh my god, forcing friendly fire. But there are just so many Marines. Banelings are being shut down. Clem is so close to breaking Serral, but Banelings they finish up just in time. Banelings are done. Widowmines have yet to reset. And Serral's holding. I spoke too soon. Oh my god. As we drop into the main. Getting 2 workers. No major damage yet. Lurker Den is done. I just even catch both medevacs. Yeah, full medevac goes down. Serral, he's holding on. But he still needs more time for those Lurker upgrades. Still needs a little bit more time. And Clem is not backing off. He just refuses to back off. Rotate into the center. Shows those mine connections. Okay. They get baited out. There's 1 mine left. Still 1 mine shot. Expansion's getting low. Nice splits here by Clem. Sorry, 2 mine connections. Oh my god. 2 mine shots. As Serral is trying to hold on. Does abduct 1 of the Liberators. We have 4 more coming in. Jesus, that's a lot of freedom. That's a lot of liberation. The Lurkers have arrived. Well, that's what the Liberators are for. Army's being zoned away. Jesus. Catching out a Liberator. And Serral's holding. He's holding on back. He has 5 Lurkers. Same time, Serral goes rolling run by. Slips into the mineral line. Oof. This is actually distracting Clem. Oh no, who gets distracted? Serral bleeds out 2 Vipers. Not like this. 2 Vipers get thrown away. Some high-tech losses here for Serral. High-value losses. Oof. It's down to 1. Let's try and replenish. Now, the one advantage here that Serral has is, one, I mean, he survived. He's building up his army, building up more lurkers. As you can see here, there are no ghosts. There are no ghosts here for Clem. There is an academy, but no ghost production yet. So he can still pull this up, but he will lose an expansion. Yeah, hatchery goes down. Medevac save pull away. There's no parasitic bombs. There's no energy. Same time, Serral does get into the mineral line. That's going to be 16 dead SCVs. Nice damage here with these Zerglings. Overall, nice damage. Putting out more lurkers. Jesus. How many liberators do we have? 12 liberators. Soon to be 15. The freedom bappy. And now here come the ghosts. Yeah, ghosts are now on the way with snipes with EMPs. Clem perfecting his army. God. That's just too much freedom bappy. The liberation is too much. You're just bullying back the ground army at this point. Ideally, against as many liberators, you need Aspire, you need Corruptors. But the problem is that Serral has no money. He's broke. Like, Serral, he has no mineral bank. He can't afford this. He's been losing base after base after base after base. There's a reason why Serral has no creep on the map. He's just been on the defense almost the entire game. There was that one Ling run by which got damage done, which killed 16 SCVs, but outside of that, I mean, that's been it. Jesus. Another brutal mine connection. Then he rotates towards that southern base. This is one of the most important mining bases here for Serral. Adux 2. Takes down 3 liberators. But there's no saving this base. Yeah, there's no saving this expansion. Another hatchery goes down. Serral, he just wants an economy. Oh. Can he catch out Clem? Cheeky moves, but not quite able to. I can potentially catch these Marines. Yeah. Bit of missed movement there, mispathing from Clem. Ghost exposed. Yeah, the ghosts are exposed. Detection's available. One ghost goes down. Nah, only one. Yeah, just one gets caught. Spire is complete. We need those Corruptors. So he's trying to hang in there. So what's that wrong? Oh, sorry, my apologies. I didn't notice. My apologies. Fix them up. So engrossed in the game, Pappy. Well, thank you, iTurtle. Gracias, la tortuga. Pointing it out. Clem breaks the center expansion. Again, he just keeps rotating, keeps knocking down bases. Serral cannot stop this from happening. Clem just rocks up, kills the base, pulls out. Just keeps rotating. Oh no, the mines are waddling in. And what's our army looking like this time? We have 2 lurkers, 4 vipers. Vipers, it will help, of course. They kind of ducked. Catching out 2, 3 liberators. Very nice. 4 liberators get caught out. We see Serral attempt to surround. And Clem pulls out. Yeah, pulls the hell out of here. Please, more ghosts, though. 4 ghosts falling. Okay. Yeah, very nice fight. Very nice catch here by Serral. Resets all the liberators. Catching out 5, 6 ghosts. Oh, my God. Can he get 7? Up. 7 ghosts fall. Again, the best fight that Serral could have hoped for. The best fight he's had all game. He called out, how many was it? Ooh, 9 liberators. 9 liberators. 10 ghosts. Insane damage there by Serral. Catching out the army. And finally he can breathe. Ultra Cavern. Ultra Cavern's on the way. The Vipers did survive. So just regenerating energy on those Vipers. Serral, he's back in this. Up until that point, again, he's just been on the back foot the entire game. He's just been stuck defending. And struggling to defend. Serral was able to gain some momentum. So we have more of a back and forth. It's still overall a better position for Clem, just because of the value and of the efficiency that he's been gaining throughout the entire game. But still, he's fighting back. He's fighting back. Oh my God, Ling's a clump. Some brutal mine shots. Liberation still moves in. Even though Serral got his Spire, even though he got +1 at flyer attack, still didn't quite make any Corruptors. So he's heavily reliant on those Vipers instead. Back at home, Clem defends, takes out another expansion, 12 drone kills. Again, there's still barely any creep on the map. So they're struggling to max out. Going for investors. He's got that one infestor. Let's go. He's got 1 fungal. There's 1 fungal available. This time I'm much more Ling Bane centering composition instead. So very Ling Bane heavy. Clem has also been licking his wounds. Now he can start to move out. Again, he had to reset. He had to rebuild all his ghosts, rebuild all his liberators. That's why we've had a bit of a lull here. But now he's back. Oh, he wants the expansion. Oh my God, doesn't quite get it. He gets punished. Yeah, massive Baneling connections. Clem is punished. Vipers, they can come in, they can abduct. Gets 1, gets 2 empty medevacs. Takes down a full 1. And 2 of them next to go down. At the same time, center base will fall. Clem, he'll still get an expansion. And Serral's going for the counterattack. He's going for the counterattack instead. Oh, pushing into a planetary. Soon to be 2 planetaries. Jesus. Second planetary is morphing in. Serral cannot counterattack. The hatchery is still low. Bear that in mind. The hatchery is still vulnerable. Clem's moving in. Now the scans, they miss the main army here on the right hand side. So once again, Serral setting up for a surround. He's getting ready. EMPs don't quite catch the infestor. Serral does flank. Oh my God, brutal mine shots. And the mine shots are, oh gosh, the mine shots are insane. And the ghost is slipping away. They're slipping away. One ghost gets caught, only one. At least does catch all these liberators. Oh, did I speak too soon? Nah, yeah, he should get him. Good. 1, 2, 3. 3 liberators get caught. Oh my god. Never mind. They slip away, they gain value. Catching out workers. Being as annoying as possible. And they make it out as well. No shot. They make it out. Clem, he will reinforce. He can keep this pushing, keep this going. Oh, nice catch on those libs. Oof. That was a kill. It's a kill on the expansion. Serral still doesn't really have a bank. So has to get out of here. Has to pull away. This time Serral doesn't have a flank set up. He doesn't have surround. Again, that's what's been winning him or allowing him to survive. Oof. They're losing 3 Vipers. GG gets called and Serral cannot keep up. Clem will claim the series 3-0. Taking down Serral and advancing on into the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Clem, he will claim the series. He will advance on. Against Serral, he was on the back foot for almost the entirety of this game. I did mention there were 3 big moments where he was able to counterattack and gain some momentum. One was that Ling run by where he killed 16 SCVs. Another was the surround. It happened twice where he had a flank set up. He was able to come in from behind and surround Clem. So we had some nice setups there. We had some nice moments, but only moments. From the beginning, he was playing from behind. He lost his 4th base, lost his 5th base, losing workers, losing creep. He had no presence on the map. He was on the back foot for almost the entirety of the game. I say almost. Again, this is maybe the best showing that we had from Serral, just because game 1 and game 2, Serral was straight up just playing from behind. Like, he was just playing from behind from the early game. Here, Serral, he had a bit of a better setup. It was still rough. He still lost the 4th base. Like, it was still a rough start, but better than previous games. But alas, still playing from the back foot and still couldn't quite gain momentum or gain map control. Couldn't quite build up. Couldn't quite get there. GG. GG, well played. Clem, he will claim the series, and with that, we have our bracket catching up. Un momento, papi, un momento. Here we go. Let's switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket itself. When it comes to the upper bracket semifinals, we just wrapped up with them. We had ShowTimE. ShowTimE takes down Gabe 3-1 to advance on to the upper bracket finals. Meanwhile, Clem takes on Serral 3-0. We have ShowTimE versus Clem in the upper bracket finals. Meanwhile, we have Gabe versus Serral in the lower bracket semis instead. Whew, hi. But again, we did have a hyper-aggressive Clem, of course, in his series. Likewise, ShowTimE was able to embrace the mid-game. There was one late game against ShowTimE and Gabe. That was, of course, the final game, the 4th game between them, where we got to see more of a back and forth there, of course. But GG. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, that leads us into the final series of the broadcast. That leads us into the lower bracket semifinals. Leads us into Gabe versus Serral. Oh boy. That is going to be the final series. And we'll see if Serral has a bit of an easier time here against Gabe when it comes to that early game. As I mentioned, a lot of these games, a lot of the momentum, a lot of the tone, a lot of the pace was set by Clem in the entirety of that series. We'll see if Serral can get a better handle on things against Gabe instead. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be, for now, we're going to be cutting to a break. We're going to be cutting to a very short break here. When we come back, we'll have the final series. We'll have Gabe and Serral. See you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to our coverage of the HomeStory Cup. HomeStory Cup number 28, Revelation Retake Playoffs, day number 2. We just wrapped up with the upper bracket semifinals, and now we're here in the lower bracket. Oh boy, we're here to determine who's going to be the first player eliminated from our top 4 and who will advance on into that, or into the next round, into that lower bracket finals. Here we go. Against Serral, he had a very hard time against Clem. He did have a hard time, especially when it came to the early game. Serral, he was for the most part playing from behind from that early game, trying to recover, trying to catch back up, and was not able to make that recovery. And as a result, we saw Clem with a lot of momentum, with a lot of map control, and just looking very comfortable in those games. There were a couple of exceptions, of course, a couple of strong moments, especially in game 3 for Serral, but those moments were few and far between. And we'll see who's going to be our first of top 4 to be eliminated. Here we go. Up next, we do have HeRoMaRinE versus Serral. Let's go. Let us go. Yeah, I wasn't too certain as to what a Q812 was referring to in the chat, but this is not a rebroadcast. A rebroadcast is, I guess, when you when you cast an event and then you just rebroadcast that same cast. There's a replay cast. This is our replay coverage of HomeStory Cup. If you missed out on some of the previous rounds, it's all on YouTube. So the group stage, for example, or day 1 of the playoffs is all on YouTube, so you can check out the VODs there if you're interested in those VODs. Otherwise, we are jumping into game number 1 of our series. Let's go. Let us go. So we're jumping into our best of 5. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Mouse. It is HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself. We have the Finnish Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Serral. Zera takes with my grandson. It was awesome. Oh, let's go. It's great to hear. Great to hear. Great to hear. Again, cherish. Oh, as we open up 2 Axe Reaper, let's go. But always great to hear. Cherishing these moments, of course. You know, offline events are few and far between nowadays. Whether it's going to HomeStory Cup, whether it's going to SC for All in the Americas, whether it's going to House Galactic Battle over in Poland. Yeah, it's always great to be a part of an event like that. And hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great time. Yeah. Hope some good memories were formed. Good to hear. Good to hear. Meanwhile, we do open up on low ground, 2 Axe Reaper out of Big Gabe. Let's go. So much more aggressive start here from our Terran player. The goal here is to build up into 3 Reapers, is to delay the third base of the Zerg player. This kind of build does work best on smaller maps. Speaking of, welcome to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock does have a smaller rush distance by ground, so aggression here is favored. So this does allow Gabe to have a boosted aggression here to get across the map a little bit faster and to apply that pressure. Meanwhile, Serral, he will soon confirm the Overlord. The Overlord is designed to scout this, to move in, to confirm the Raxes. Technically, there could be a hidden third Rax in the main base, and Serral has to confirm whether or not there is a 3 Axe Reaper or 2 Axe Reaper. It's on Serral to piece together. As the Reapers are in production, the Overlord moves in. Serral, he should stay in gas here to build up into link speed, and Serral confirms. Does confirm the Raxes. Behind this, link speed will be prioritized. We stay in gas. It would be greedy of Serral to go for a 3rd expansion, so he should be staying on 2 bases. We'll see how greedy he plans on being. As the Overlord goes back in, the Overlord, upon seeing the timing of the natural base, confirms that there's no 3rd Rax. So there we go. Serral does confirm. Reaper picks in. Serral is keeping up. Oh. Yeah, Serral's keeping up. As we mentioned, Serral has no 3rd expansion. That is kind of the norm, as it is very difficult to maintain a 3rd base when up against 2 Axe Reaper. Not impossible, but difficult. And it's on Gabe to just contain the Zerg player for as long as possible. Gabe actually getting a 4th Reaper. Ooh, that is interesting. Usually you stop at 3. But he builds up into a 4th. Behind this, going for a 3rd CC, which gets scattered by the Overlord. Nice scouting by Serral. Most Zerg players, they'll confirm whether or not there's expansion, then they'll back off. But no, Serral, he confirms the greed of Gabe. And now Serral has to make a choice. Does he try to punish that greed, or does he try to surpass that greed instead? I mean, it's a 3cc 2-on-1 essentially. Of course, the add-ons are going to be exposed, so that can be abused, that can be taken advantage of when it comes to shutting down Stim. There it is, Tech Lab is on the way. Serral is moving out, and can he deny these add-ons? Assuming he commits. Reapers, they make it back home. They're fine. Reapers, they make it back home. And these Reapers, they can now defend the wall. Behind this going double eBay. And Gabe, he's chilling. From here, he can just chill on 2 bases, build up into Stim, and then move out. Back at home, Serral, he's redroning, resaturating. His Lings, they mainly only have map control and map presence. Doesn't apply pressure. We'll see if he can catch those Reapers. Serral's on patrol. Oh! Can I catch him out? Oh my god, barely not. The Hellions do support. And Gaby holds his own. He holds his own. Gonna be forced further back. Memories and pictures. Let's go. What's our first? I want to go again. Oh, that's nice. It's good to hear. It's good to hear. And from my understanding, I'm sure there's going to be many HomeStory Cups to come. Many more to come. It's one of those grassroots events that's, you know, by the people, for the people, and that sort of thing. Yo, meanwhile, big shout to Lunacy and Young Hasayo, baby. Esther Lunacy, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great time. Thank you for the raid, man. Thank you for the raid. For those who don't know, Lunacy, he is a Korean Protoss player, and he was actually at the previous HomeStory Cup as well. Not at this one, but was in the previous one. With SOS. With some of the other Koreans. He actually invested into an extra pair of Hellions. Interesting. Yeah, building up into 6. One more volley does force a cancel. Not bad. Denies the 4th base. 4th base is denied. Stim is now done. Gabe can start to be active here with his bio. As he's working on his medevacs. So far, so good. Again, he does have slightly less Marines than normal just because he did go for an extra pair of Hellions. But so far, Gaby's holding his own. Meanwhile, Serral for the first time is going into Ling Bane. I say for the first time because this is a standard follow-up and we did not see this at all against Clem. Against Clem, it was either like a Roach Rush into a Roach all-in or going Ling Hydra. Ay, ay, ay. And now we see why he made an extra pair of Hellions, getting up to 4, so getting up to 6 Hellbats. They do more Finn. Stim is done. Gaby's pressuring that 4th base. It does pressure. We get some decent splits. Oh my god. Call pickup, saves the Marines, and Serral does hold. So he holds on the defense, he shuts down the Hellbats. Gaby's going to be zoned away. Didn't trade too poorly though. And he wants the Queen's no transfuse. Yeah, no transfuse energy, gets 1. Barely doesn't get the other. Oof, nice time for the medevac. Serral, he's holding on. From here, he's got a couple of options. He's embracing Ling Bane and now going for the infestation bit. This reads like Ling Bane into Ultra Tech. Looks like Ultras. As I believe there is no Hydroden. The downside of this style is lack of anti-air. You're heavily reliant on Queens and on Vipers to shut down medevacs. So it can be difficult. Oh, that looks like it was a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. Behind the Serral working on his hive, as we mentioned before, looking like Ling Bane is ultras. That's going to be a big power spike for Serral. As Gabe is rallying across. Again, Gabe has to apply pressure before it's too late. Pokes in. I believe Gabe, he saw the morphing in hive. Gabe is aware. Oh. Mind shots, they will go up. Decent Bailey connections. And trades with the bio. Gabe still moving in at the same time, massive Link counter attack. Up! And Gabe does back up, but it's going to be shut down. Yeah, Gabe is being shut down here. They're running out of units. Here come the reinforcements. Queens are holding their own. It's still close. Yeah, with those final Bailey's morphing in, though, Serral, he should hold on. Yeah, comes in from behind, coming in for the surround. Collapsing of the army. And Serral barely holds. I say barely, did lose so many queens. 5 queens went down. Most of the Link Bane. And Gabe is not stopping. Gabe is still just rallying across the map. He's still moving in. And again, now Serral, he lost all of his queens. His defense is that much weaker. Serral's being broken. So he's being broken here. He traded too inefficiently earlier. Lost the 4th base. Okay, we gotta keep going. The hive is now done. Vipers are on the way. There is no Ultra Cavern yet. True. No Ultra Cavern. No. As Gabe here extends. It runs into the army. A bit of a miss rally there from Gabe. Still being active, still has that army supply lead. Triple drop into the main. Won't achieve too much damage here. Gets a queen though. Does get a queen. Gabe still forcing his way in. Again, Serral, he never got into Ultra Tech. Vipers do help, but a very nice pre-slit here by Gabe. Oh my god. The pre-slit. Bailey's, they still find connections. This army will still be cleaned up. Serral cleans up the army. Drop was dealt with in the main. Oof. So he's holding. Now, what's scary here is that Gabe, if you notice, he's all in. I should have pointed out earlier, but Gabe is A-Raxing. There is no forced CC. The longer this game goes on, the worse it is for Gabe. So Gabe, he's on a timer. He doesn't have any longevity here in this game. Either he kills Serral or he dies trying. There's no macro behind this. Oh. Vipers, yeah, they extend, but GG gets called. Gabe, he has run out of steam. The all-in has failed. And Serral, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Gabe, he was so close. He was so close to breaking Serral. Again, he did have momentum for a point, for a time. I do think that him going for the triple drop did kill him at the end of the day. That was a lot of supply that was thrown away. The triple drop in the main base killed a queen, and that's kind of all that was really achieved. Imagine those 3-4 medevacs supporting the main army as well. That might have been enough. Like, again, that was a very close hold for Serral. That might have been enough to tip him over the edge. Regardless, it was close. GG. GG, well played. Serral, he survives the 8 racks, he survives the all-in, and with that, Serral takes game number 1. GG. As that leads us into game 2. Let's go. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Mouse. Oh, we're seeing Mouse down in the series. We'll see if you can bounce back. It is HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself, representing Basilisk, the land of Finland. It is Serral. Do players usually use their own keyboards in these tournaments? Yes, it is very, very standard for everyone to bring their own peripherals, their keyboards, their mice. Earphones, headsets, like that's typically all like the players that bring all their own stuff. Earphones more than anything. Less so headsets. Yes, they bring their own peripherals. It is not unheard of to hear of players like they bring their own like cushions. They bring like mouse mats. There are some players that especially if it's like a local LAN, they even bring their own chairs. Like they has been reported on. Bring your own chair as well. As you want your setup to be as optimal and as comfortable as possible, as used to what your own setup is, right? I know there were some players that I know for some LANs that would bring their own monitors to make sure they have like a refresh rate that they're comfortable with, instead of relying on the refresh rate of whatever's available at the LAN. So I had weird things that you see one of the players had to borrow one of the other players' mice because that's what they used to. I want to make sure to emphasize that it's not necessarily what they used to, but like that's like what it's like their gear. Like that's it's their setup. It's like optimal. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. Like I think the word comfort makes it sound a little bit more like flavor text, you know? But like it's all about like optimization. It's all about like being at peak performance, right? Refresh rate isn't a monitor function, right? I don't think S2 has a refresh rate setting, does it? Different monitors have different refresh rates, and that is something that is influenced even outside of the game itself. Like for example, like I think I recently, it was wild. I have a monitor that has like what 144 hertz, but I never used it. I think it was at like 60. I think it was below 120. And fun fact, it was end of last year where I finally decided to try it out, and it plays so differently. I was like, I could not do it. It took me like a month, I think, to get used to the higher refresh rate, but that was wild. Like changing from like sub 100 to 144, like that was insane. Basically, to have extra frames and to have extra smoothness, like everything was moving so fast, so much faster than I'm used to. But there are some players that actually play on a lower refresh rate as well, because that's what they're used to as well. Meanwhile, sorry, I was a little bit distracted. We're going into Blue Flame. Jesus. 3cc into Double Factory into an earlier Blue Flame timing here. Gabe looking to get into some mech. Let's go. It is wildly better than 60. I mean, I don't know if I would say it's better. Like 144 was so bad, as in like I was so not used to it, that for a while I just had to switch back to 60. I had to switch back. My micro was worse, my control was worse, my mouse accuracy was worse. But that's only because the mouse was moving faster than I'm used to. Like again, it was too smooth. But as I said, it took me like a month to get used to it. Like it took me a while. It was crazy. I think I actually had to adjust my DPI. I think I had to lower my DPI to make up for just how fast the mouse was moving. To compensate, that's it. Anyway, 2 more factories. We have Mass Helium. We're going for Blue Flame. We're committing. Jesus. Here we go. Yeah, it does commit in. Behind this, there's nothing to defend. There's no lings. There's no roaches. With that, Serral, his pants are down. Yeah, the pants are down. Drones are getting roasted. Helions, they commit in, and Serral, he was woefully underprepared. There was literally nothing to defend. Only queens. The only queens to defend. Boys are being pulled. More drones getting roasted. Losing up to 14 workers. This could have been worse. This could have been 2 full mineral lines going down. This could have been a lot worse, but still 14 workers do fall, and the Hellions will be cleaned up. The Hellions will be cleaned up. So he does eventually defend. Oh god, oh, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon, Patty. 27 drones, 28. 29 drones go down. Critical damage across the map. Serral, he has no economy. Yeah, the economy is down in the gutter. Serral, he never scouted the main. He never scouted the main base. He was playing blind, playing in the dark. That's why he was caught with his pants down. Serral, he never saw what was going on. And then bam, mass blue flame Hellion. Ay, ay, ay. Este Serral. So again, was just resting on his lowers a little bit here. Making some assumptions as to what Gabe was up to. Now he confirms the mass mech that's coming his way, and Gabe has he does have momentum. He has a momentum, he has a map control, building up into battle mech. Let's go. Too smooth. Light experience, true level will never be the same. Pretty much. But like I was struggling with that switch. Struggling. Now Ling's attempt to run by. Back at home, Gabe he defends. Still applying more pressure, still moving in. Roach Warren is still on the way. Without Roaches, it is so difficult to keep up with a meching player like this. We're stuck with Ling Vane. And Gabe, he can go for the kill. He even supply blocks Serral. 5 overlords are on the way. Gabe, he's making it up, Packy. He's making it happen. As he rotates over, catching out more Bailings. Cyclones, they rotate over towards left-hand side, going for the expansion, going for the hatchery. Can he snipe it? Can he get the hatchery? 2 more volleys. Oh my god. Yeah, 4 faces down. GG gets called, and HeRoMaRinE ties up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Gabe, he does have the series. Again, winding it back, Gabe, he did go for a cheeky build, went for a standard opener, going 3 ZZ before Starport into a very fast second factory into Blue Flame. And unfortunately, as you saw, Serral, he did not scout the main base. He had no idea what was going on. Serral, he was just chilling, droning up, building up his queens, a handful of lings, and was woefully unprepared for that Blue Flame timing just because he didn't see what was going on. Didn't scout, didn't realize, was caught with his pants down. GG. GG, well played. With that, Gabe, he does fight back. We have a back and forth. We have a series, and we'll see who takes a lead in this best of 5. Let's go. We're going to be loading into game 3. Going to be loading into White Rabbit. Oh, here we go. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the German Terran player. We have the German Terran. We have the Red Terran representing Team Mouse. It is HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player. The Blue Zerg player himself representing Basilisk. From the land of Finland, it is Serral. Hold on, there's an example of that. Is it 250? Yeah. I remember, fun fact, because I was drawing from an event that actually occurred. It was a couple of years ago when the very first 240 hertz monitors were coming out. I remember it was special. It was Juanito special. He actually was bringing his monitor, his 240 hertz monitor, to, I believe it was the GSL qualifiers. I believe it was the GSL Code A qualifiers. This would have been pre-COVID. I think it would have been pre-COVID, again, when the monitors were first coming out, because it was so new. Like PC LANs, PC cafes, tournaments, they didn't have them, right? They didn't have them. They had like the more standard, like 144 or 165 hertz refresh rate monitors. And especially he brought his own monitor. And I remember because this was at GSL, because it was in South Korea, I believe they were sharing the monitor. I think he wasn't the only one that was using it. I think he also gave it to, did he give it to Scarlet? Or maybe sort of, but like some of the other like Team Unity like housemates, they would also like try it out as well. But like that was happening, for example. Bring your own monitor back. True, true. For now, though, as we settle in. For now, we're getting into Game 3. Welcome to White Rabbit. White Rabbit is a larger map of the map pool, larger map, longer resistance by ground. Because it's a little bit larger here, and because of what just happened last game, I can't imagine that Gabe will go for the same build. He was able to catch Serral with his pants down, for sure, 100%, but typically you don't want to rely on that. At this level of play, Serral, he's one to now be more adamant about scouting, to be a little bit more paranoid about what's going on, and to actually check the main base and confirm what Gabe is up to. So for now, third CC before starport. This should lead into either a starport or a Rax, not a second factory. I'm not saying that we'll never see mech again in the series, but I'd be ill-advised to do it 2 games in a row. But we'll see. We shall see. But this would have been like 2018, I think. Maybe 2018, 2019. Around then. Ooh, Serral, he does open up roaches this time. For the first time, this series does go for the roach warren. For example, if Gabe were to go into mech again and go for a second factory, now Serral blindly will be in a better position to defend against it. In general, roach-based play and roach-based openers are very safe. Typically very safe. Gabe back at home, going for the double. eBay, though, this time playing bio. Getting into bio, not getting into mech. So Gabe does shift gears. So does Serral. So we have our initial roaches on the way. From here, Serral's going to be joining, saturating, building up. Yeah, Serral does claim his lair. From here, building up to his lair, joining up, saturating. Again, just going for a safer start, a safer build. Roaches are revealed. Gabe now knows. And Gabe, he should be able to gain map control with his bio, with his drop play. The downside of opening up roaches like this is it's a very immobile composition. So a fast Terran player like Clem, for example, like can take advantage of Serral. We'll see if Gabe can kind of meet that as well. He's up to the task, maybe. This is the starport. Building up into stim. Still just poking in, denying creep. No major dives, no major commitment. Now from here, Serral has a couple of options. He can go roaches into Roach Ravager Ling Bane, into the mid-game composition. He can go roaches. He can try to skip Banelings and go straight into Ultra Tech and go straight for the Hive. Speaking of, yep, there it is. Infestation bit, that's for the Hive Tech. So this should be, the end goal should be Ultras. This is a bit of a greedier style. If you remember who popularized this, that was Shin. Shin popularized this back in DreamHack Dallas. It was DreamHack Dallas early last year, early 2025. It was roaches into Baneless, into Infestation, into early Hive, into Ultra Rush. And that's going to be the big power spike for Serral. And the pressure's on Gabe to try to stop Serral before he can get there. As Hellions, they try to find a way in. They're going to commit. Yeah, they commit to the mineral lines here. Boys are being pulled. A couple of drones going to be going down, getting him to 4, getting him to 5. 5 drone kills. It's okay damage. Bearing in mind, Hellions don't really scale too well into a longer game. It's okay. Oh. Gabe does run into the main army. Does run into the roaches. No bailing speed. But there's not enough marauders here. Yeah, not enough marauders. Okay, we cannot fight this head on. Not yet. Serral is holding. Hive is halfway done. And again, there are those melee upgrades indicative of ultras. Melee, carapace. And Serral, he's getting there. He's almost there, Bat. On the one hand, Gabe, he could not push further on, he couldn't break the main army, but I mean, there are other bases that are a little bit more vulnerable, that are vulnerable to drop play. We mentioned earlier that that's where roaches are at their weakest, is defending against drops. And here he goes. And there goes Gabe. Hive is not done. Vipers are in production. There's that Ultra Cavern. As we mentioned, again, Gabe is on a timer. Now, it still takes some time to build up into this, to finish the Ultra Cavern and then get kindness plating. Without kindness plating, Ultras are actually made out of paper. They're actually very, very fragile. So they need those upgrades. And it looks like Gabe has just relinquished map control. Yeah, he's just relinquished map control. He's throwing down 2 more CCs, planetaries, turrets, sensor towers. He's fully turtling up. Oh boy. Thankfully, he's being somewhat active. Somewhat. Soon Serral has to trade out some of this army. Serral, as you can see, is maxed. He's maxed out, and he has to free up supply to make ultras. Kindness plating is on the way. Link speed is almost done. Again, the link speed was skipped earlier to get into earlier roaches. And now here comes Serral. And ideally, Serral, he wants to get rid of these roaches. He wants to get rid of the roaches. Free up supply. Speaking of, yep, there we go. Going for the roach run by. Ideally, you want to trade with this, but even just having this all killed for almost nothing is still worth it here for Serral. But ideally, you want to trade. Serral coming in from behind, setting a first round. And he's getting caught out. Yeah, roaches, they lock in. Bailey's gonna smash into the bio, and a brutal fight here for HeRoMaRinE. Yeah, Gabe gets caught out, losing almost everything. Ay. Yeah, Gabe's army crumbles. He should not have been out here. He was aware of the roach positioning as well. He knew he was gonna get surrounded. And suddenly, Serral, he can pop off. Serral, he can commit. Again, there's not really much of him to defend. But Serral is calming down, getting a Spire, waiting for his upgrades. Still no ultras. Jesus, going for the Doom Drop instead. Okay, sure, why not? He's going for the Doom Drop. And catches some reinforcements. Oof, brutal mine shots. Lings are being shut down. And that was a little bit premature. Ideally, you do want like multi-pronged aggression. You want to distract and then move in. Fusion core is on the way. Ultra speed is finishing up. Serral even going for a Nidus Worm. And we'll see if we can break through. He does go for the drop. It's diving into the main. Gets into the mineral line, getting some of the production. Does cause a distraction. At the same time, Serral, he wants that center expansion. KB somewhat in position. Show us the blinding clouds, covering both tanks. Yeah, both tanks get caught. Bailey's a bust into the mineral line. SCV's going to be going down, and the base will be denied. And force a lift. that damage. And as Serral throws away roaches, throws away Lingbane, now we finally have ultras on the way. Not that many though. Like Serral's bank wasn't amazing. So only a handful of ultras. Collapsing in. Oh god, no! Yeah, no control there out of Gabe. Gabe was distracted by the drop in the main. So brutal baneling connections. Oof, Miles as well. And Gabe's attention's being spread thin. Even borrowing Lings in the middle of the fight. Does borrow. And so he's doing it. So he's breaking through, collapsing on top of the army. Cleans up all the mines. Lings they unburrow. A little bit soon. Oof. Barely getting out of range. That barely slips away. He's on 4 ultras, soon to be 6. Building up to 6 ultras. Here there's no defensive setup, there's no planetary. Planetary still on the way. No tanks, no mines. As ultras, they keep pushing in. Going for the power bomb as well. It does go for the double power bomb. Oof, that's a lot of damage. Oh god, 3 Medivacs go down. And Gaby just can't keep up. He cannot keep up. Supply-wise, I mean, sure, the supplies are similar, that is true. But again, the defenses are lacking. The bank as well. I think the scariest thing here is that Serral, he hasn't lost any ultras. He's retained them over time. He's been very careful. So he has been pulling back. Nice mine shot. Nice mine connection. Once again, Serral pulls away with the ultras. Now, at least Gabe has gone into Liberators. There aren't that many, there are only 2. So it needs more time. It needs more time to build up more Liberators, more Ghosts. Gabe's army is still not quite there. He's maxed, that is true, but the army supply isn't quite as efficient as it could be. One army is not quite like the other. As Gabe has 0 Ghosts and only 2 Liberators, so his anti-Ultra army, it's not quite there. As a decent chunk of Marauders, here come the Lightning Clouds. Covering both tanks. Both tanks get caught. Ultras they get into the mineral line. Massive baneling connections. Oh no! The army clumps up. Banelings they pop off. The base goes down. And Gabe, he breaks the triangular third. He breaks the 5th base. Nidus into the main. Not like this, Pappy, not like this. Did he lose 1? Yeah, he lost 1 ultra in that fight, or in this game, period. 1 ultra went down. Ultras being sniped, not bad. Getting 1, getting 2. As is the most entrenched position that Gabe has, actually. Liberators, planetary, tanks, SimCity, choke points. This is maybe the worst place to push into. This Gabe is set up. Takes a good fight. Oof. Yeah, catching out 2 more ultras. Again, better engagements recently here from Gabe. Better fights, better engagements, sniping another ultra. Again, these positions here are more open. So we're gonna calm down. Better calm down, pap. Sniping 2 more mines. Cashing out 2 more mines, so he still commits into the center of the map. Takes down the planetary. Does get caught out. Escape, he almost does flank. At the same time, trying to establish bottom right. Ooh, Lings, they do get into the mineral line. Catching out SCVs. 8 SCVs go down. Okay, pushing deep on creep. Gotta be careful. Ah, there's not enough room. No. Not enough room in the medevacs. Serral now can counterattack. And again, this time there's no planetary. Oh, he has the high ground. Not able to chase. Okay, can't quite give chase. The army's heavily overstimmed. Oof. One thing we're missing here is infestors, so here they come. 4 infestors on the way. As Serral, he's had a really hard time locking down the army, but that will soon change. Will soon change. Getting to infestors, more corruptors to help out with liberators. Again, perfecting that army. Okay, he's still stuck with a very mid-tier composition. Just Marauder back. And hey, he's holding his own. Did get a fresh base. Has that fresh expansion. Infestors are revealed. Okay, he has to respect it. Ooh, fungal on the medevacs. And medevacs getting caught out. So he rotates over. Did lose an expansion. Did lose the base. Serral collapsing in. Not the most important base here for Gabe. So good. Yo, will we ever see a ghost? Do we do we have an academy? Nope. Never mind. No academy, no ghosts. Gabe just trying to brute force it with Mass Marine Marauder. Oof. Getting caught out by a fungal. I mean, spell caches, they just have free reign. As there's just no threat of EMPs. There's no threat. So more infestors on the way. Again, what's really benefiting Gabe here is that he has taken that fresh base. The mules, Jesus. The mule hammer. Let's go. So you can afford these trades. You can afford them. I still say that Serral has the superior composition, as you're seeing here, catching another army. More fungals popping up. Oh. These are expensive losses for Gabe. Shout out to the Liberators though. Cute micro. Jumping into the liberation zones. Where are the corruptors? Oh, there we go. Now moving in. Again, a bit of an awkward engage here from Serral. Did bleed out a lot, actually. Okay. Oh, the infestors! Oh my god, getting caught out. One fungal lands. Yeah, it barely does land. Infested didn't get punished. Nice fungal here on the medevacs. Oof. Okay, plummeting in supply. And he's got to respect those fungals. Has to respect them. And decent mind connections. Once again, better positioning here from Gabe. Forcing fight into Liberators. Oh, but the planetary goes down. Serral trading well. Taking down the expansion, but Lassie just gets replaced. Another decent fungal. Trying to break through. Nice spread here by Gabe. He spreads well. There's still no good answer here for the Ultras, though. Oof. And Serral, he holds. Serral, he does hold on. Doesn't have another fungal. Gabe still just rallying. Yeah, still just trying to rally across. Does break the expansion. Takes down the hatchery. It feels like Gabe has been like basically all in for the past 10 minutes. It's been crazy. Where he's refused to take up. Still applying all this pressure, and he has been trading relatively efficiently, that's true. But, oh god, that might have just been it. Gabe, he plummets 70 supply. Now he has no bank. He'd only do this for so long. Only for so long. Yeah, as Gaby's finally running out of steam. Took a while. Did take a while. It was crucial that he got his bases up and running so he could just keep up the momentum, but... And now he's out of it. He's run out back. As he's kiting his heart out. Again, this is the final army here for Gabe. Bailey's coming from behind. GG gets called, and Serral, he will take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Impressive play there by Gabe to survive for as long as he did on a mid-tier army. I would have thought that he would have run out of steam earlier than that, but again, he got another base, right? He got a 6th base up and running, he got another expansion, and you could definitely argue that Serral, it took him a little bit too long to get into Infestors. Once we saw Infestors come into play, once we saw Fungals pop off, like, Serral was taking much better engagements, much better fights, but it did take a while for him to really get there. Same with, like, the Spire, and same with the Corruptor tech as well. So Gabe, he was able to pull off that composition for a little bit longer, but only for a little bit longer. Again, eventually got outscaled, eventually got outtraded. GG. GG, well played. Whew, an intense game nonetheless. Very intense. As Serral takes the lead and we are loading into 10,000 feet for game number 4. We'll see if Serral can close it out. We'll see if Gabe can force the ace match. As we load into one of the smaller maps of the map pool, 10,000 feet. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran. Oh. Representing Mouse, it is HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Basilisk. Leading the series 2-1, it is Serral. Here we go. Whew, and again, it was impressive that Gabe was able to pull that off for as long as he did. Again, he had some nice trades, some nice moments, some better fights at times, catching out Ultras, catching out Mines. We had some questionable engagements from Serral pushing into siege lines as well and into planetaries. But in the end, Gabe was just outscaled by Serral. And now we're getting into 10,000 feet. A smaller map of the map, smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground. Because of that, we do expect to see aggression here from our two players, but we'll see. It's a bit of a give and take. We bring this up all the time, but even though the map is really small, your initial 4 bases are very secure. Your natural, your 3rd, and your 4th base are all very centralized. It's easier to rotate defensively in between these bases to keep up with multi-pronged aggression and to secure your 4 bases themselves. So we'll see how our players will adjust their approach. That more defensive prowess here is typically more applicable here to Terran. To Terran and Protoss, less to Zerg. So we shall see. Likewise, because the map is so small, we're expecting another Roach opener. Last game, Serral, he opened up Roaches into Ling Bane, into Fast Hive, into Fast Ultra Tech. We might see something similar here. As again, roaches are typically just a safe way to play. For now, standard opener. Standard opener. Reaper, let's pick in. So far getting 1, getting 2 Zerglings, not bad. Catching out a couple of Zerglings. Behind this, going for a 3rd CC before Starport. We do have an economic opener here by Gabe. So far, so good. Now, we have seen Mech before. We did see Mech previously. That was the one game that Gabe did win, actually, against Serral. Was catching with his pants down with Mass Blue Flame Hellions. Do we go into Mech again here? I wouldn't be opposed to it after skipping a game. But we'll see. Eyes are on the SCV, and it is going to be a 1-1-1. Never mind. So 3 CC Banshee out of Gabe. Everything looking standard. Technically, from here, we could go for like a Fusion Core follow-up and go into BCs or something crazy like that, but off of a 3 CC opener, it should just be standard. As the Tech Lab is on the way, from here we should be add-on swapping into Banshee play. Otherwise, we could leave the Tech Lab on the racks, go into earlier Stim, and go open up Viking, for example. Gabe has some options, but he's going for the add-on swap. Does go for the swap. Opening up Banshee. This setup would be ideal against roaches, and so far Serral has yet to throw down tech. We're reaching the 4-minute mark. Serral's still just droning. Serral did invest into link speed, so there's no fast roach horn like we saw previously. So far, it looks standard. Most likely there first. They threaten a dive. And that dive so far, so he keeps up. He zones back the Hellions, and it is going to be Lair first out of Serral at 4:30. So opening up Lair first. Now this can still lead a couple different ways. Oh, hello. That's not Stim. Oh, okay, never mind. Might have been a mistake. I was like, are we going for like a Hellbat push with Marauders? What's going on? Never mind, Concussive Shell is cancelled. Now, what I was about to say here, going into the lair, is we have options. This can lead into double Evo Chamber, into double upgrades, into Link Bane. It can lead into a fast Hydra Den. We did speak on this, I think it was in game 2 or game 3. I think it was game 3, with Serral going into Mass Hydra. Oh my god, it's going to be mech though. Yeah, 2 more factories going to be thrown down. Serral with 3C. That's why.
Under attack.
He was faking the upgrade. Oh no. Not again, baby, not again. Hellion's gonna be surrounded, but that's why he was getting Concussive Shell. It was a fake out. So Serral, he scouted early with the Overlord. He saw the upgrade, cancels the upgrade, going into High Flight Rotors, going into Mech. He's going into Battle Mech with Speed Banshees. And without Roaches, it's gonna be a tough hold here for Serral. Serral going into Link Bane, into delayed upgrades, delayed Evo Chambers. So Chambers after the Bailey Nest. And Serral is in trouble. Question becomes, how long does it take to realize what's going on? Serral with his lair. Oh god, he's taking up. Oh no. So it looks like Serral, he's going Ling Bane into Ultra. Fast Infestation Bit into Fast Hive. He might make some safety infestors. But again, without roaches, Serral, his army's just gonna melt. It's not just without roaches. You can pull off Ling Bane Hydra against Mech. It is possible. There is Roach Horn. Yeah, he throws down the Roach Horn. What did he see? He saw nothing. That's a tell. He saw nothing on the ground. That was a tell. There should have been bio. There should have been something. So thankfully Serral has time to build up his roaches. It's late, but it's better late than never. Changing spots to Mass Hellion. So Serral, he confirms. Blue Flame is almost done. Getting Deja Vu, but this time there is some Link main to defend. Yeah, Gabe, he does not find a way in. Ooh. Losing a Hellion. At the same time, Triple Banshee into the main. And Triple Banshee does slip in. Scouts the Roach Warren. Catching a Queen. Oof. Yeah, Queen goes down. Did he cancel the infestation bit? Oh, he did not. Okay, hit is done. Catching up 2 more Queens. Hellion setting it for another dive. And they make their way in. No shot. They get into the natural. Blue Flame is done. Ooh, massive Hellion shots. Banelings rolling in though. And so he will defend. So it cleans us up. Again, this could have been so much worse. Banelings do defend in the end. Banshee's back into the main. 8 drone kills. Can he get another Queen? Not quite. So Miri pulls away. Back at home, he's building up his Cyclones. Getting Macville accelerators. And the Roach Warren now does finally finish, but he still has to build up. It's still been rough for Serral. The Banshee's still being active. Extra spores are on the way. That gets a Queen. Got a chance to use. From here, the game is slowing down. On the one hand, yes, Serral, he's on a high drone count, but he had to re-drone. Like, he had to resaturate, he had to re-drone. He also had to scramble for a defense. He bled out a lot of Link Bane. Serral, he can stabilize. He's got his first Infestor on the way. Hive is almost done. With that, he can get into Viper Tech. Abductions will help against Battle Mech. Oh, okay, never mind. Rushing to the Greater Spire. Okay. I mean, that's a way to do it. Rushing into Broodlords. You have my attention, Serral. Oh, Fungal lands. And nice Fungal catching out two Banshees. Not a bad catch out of Serral. Cyclones, they attempt to rotate. So he has another Fungal. He has 1 more Fungal, soon to be 4. As there's 3 more Infestors on the way. Oh! A bit of miscontrol. 1 Banshee goes down. And the Banshee falls. A Link Bane collapsing on the Hellbats. And decent catch here from Serral with the Cyclones. They slip away. They do slip away. Most of the Cyclones survive, making 5 Cyclones at a time. Yes, you do catch some of the army. Decent Fungal. Yeah, the Fungal's okay, but the Ravagers are exposed. Yeah, brutal pickups here. Losing 1, losing 2 Ravagers. Serral's got to be careful. He has to calm down. Bearing in mind that Gabe does have the more efficient army. Unless Serral can land those Fungals. Speaking of. Catching 2 Cyclones. Oh! Can I lock him down? Not quite. 3, 4, 5 Cyclones falling. Can we get some okay pickoffs here? These things, they attempt to counterattack. This is giving Serral more time. What army is he working with here? So he's working on +1 fire attacks. Still no corruptors. But he's getting ready for them. I'll say the biggest issue here is that Serral, he's been holding on, he's been surviving, but he has been on the defensive the entire time. He's been on the back foot. So Gabe, he's also on 95 SCVs. He's got a healthy economy. And he's playing mech as well. Oh, as Queens are getting caught out. It's a bit of miscontrol, a bit of mismovement, mispathing. No! They'll get 1, 2, up to 3 Queens. Steps in Neural. As once again, the Queens are off of creep. Okay, nice distraction. Queens, they get away. But it looks like myth pausing due to the injects. Yeah, he's been mass injecting here. He's been rapid fire injecting, and the Queens have just been running all over the place, and specifically going through this area here, through that center path. Decent Neurals. Catching up 3 Cyclones. Getting on top of the tanks as well. 3 tanks going down. Massive big offs. Tanks are exposed. Oh, but running out of Neurals. Gabe can give chase. Yes, Gabe does hold his own here behind this. Finally, what do we have? Broodlords. Broodlords, they finally morphed in. There's 6, 7. Okay, 7 Broodlords. They're going to be pushing forward. We have 6 Infestors. Ooh, 1 Broodlord gets caught out. Oof. So from 7 down to 6. That doesn't bode well. Okay, already switching into Vikings. Does confirm the Broods. And Gabe takes a lead. At this point, Gabe, he has the better mining. As we mentioned before, he has the better economy. Typically, the Zerg player needs these center expansions. It's center right and center left. Without them, the Zerg player is behind. And Gabe, he just has to fight for those bases. As we enter the late game, has to fight for those expansions. Nice catch on the tanks, though. Gets 2, 3. 3 tanks go down. But again, this is a battle for those center bases. It's going to be cancelled, going to be denied. Doesn't lose any Cyclones. So better trade here for Gabe. As more Vikings are amassing so far, there is 6, soon to be 9. So 9 Vikings. Doesn't want to overmake Vikings, bearing in mind that it's not like it's mass Broodlord or anything like that. So we got more lock-ons. How about I trade against the Link Bane? Can I get the lock-on? Not quite. Oof. Have any Thors been mixed in? No. No Thors. A little bit concerning. Gabe ensuring there's no base on the center right. Clearing up creep. Doesn't quite land the armor shred. Gets another Cyclone. And picks up a couple of Cyclones. We have Spores pushing forward. Queens as well. They're here to support. Still lose 1 more Broodlord. Down to 6. 6 Broodlords left. This base is slowly getting up and running. The pressure's on Gabe. He has to deny it. Otherwise distracted. Mining is underway. Okay, waiting for extra Vikings. So now it's distracted. May lose the tank. Barely not. Cyclones still sorting themselves here on the right hand side. And Serral is securing himself. We're still lacking some stack defense here. We could do with more spores and more spines. The Broodlords are on their own. Where are the queens? The queens are out of position. They were injecting. Yeah, queens, they were injecting. The queen's not here. Not very nice catch on the Cyclones, though. Okay. Yeah, Cyclones getting caught out. The Gabe was inattentive. Massive pickup. Yeah, massive catch. Catching out all these tanks as well. Oh my god. Gabe plummeting in supply. It's worth it if he does find those Broodlords, though. It can be worth it. Broodlords are on their own. They're left idle. Catching at one, they're going to get every single one. Yeah, every single Broodlord is going to go down. So we have a give and take. On the one hand, we saw Gabe. He lost a bunch of Cyclones and tanks. And we flank the army. Catching out more tanks. Yeah, Gabe, he was exposed. Did take down all the Broodlords, though, but he may lose the mineral line. Ay. Bane's roll in. Can he get there? Oh my god, massive connections. 14 SCVs go down. Oh, but with the reinforcements, though, with the defender's advantage, Vikings, they land. They catch out every single infestor. And Serral, he plummets in supply. How much does he lose? He's down to 4 infestors. Serral, he lost 5 infestors, 6 Broodlords, the Viper as well. We're getting messy. We're getting very messy here. Gabe, he can't take his base. At the same time, though, Gabe can use a nice center left. He can. Yeah, tanks are moving in. Tanks, they zone away the infestors. Vikings land as well, and this base will fall. Massive pickup. As I mentioned before, this is the most important mining base here for Serral. Gabe comes out on top. As long as he also denies center right. True. He's heading his way over. That's a lot of infestors. On the one hand, we have a lot of infestors. There's nothing else, though. Like, there's barely any Ling Bane. There's barely any Road Ravager. Pure infestor cannot hold its own. Not against a siege line like this. Tanks are pushing forward. Getting within range of the center mineral line. Okay, I like that he rotates here towards the center instead. Where Serral wasn't as set up. There we go. Fest is moving in. Goes to the neural, gets a tank. He does catch one of the tanks. Oh, but we have so many more tanks behind this. Yeah, they do siege up. They do set up here. And they just bully back Serral. Serral, he cannot engage. He's trying. Oof. But again, there are just too many tanks, and there's no answer. Typically, what is the answer? I mean, Broodlords. But the Broodlord count was reset, so no more Broodlords. No Vipers, no Blinding Clouds. And the links are lacking. Another expansion goes down. Serral retaking center left. There are still tanks here left over. Gabe is moving in. Nice catch on those reinforcements. Lings, they committed to a run by OK. Trying to catch tanks, trying to catch cyclones. Nice run by Serral. Oh. Falling on the Vikings. Parabomb as well. Nice splits. And you can see here we're rebuilding those Broodlords. So getting back into Broodlord production. 5 more Broods on the way. The Viking count is quite low. 6 Vikings, they're low on HP. Okay, he's not ready for those Broods. He scans, he sees. Does spot the Broodlords. Oof, losing a Viper. Now making more Vikings. At the same time, center left goes down. That's all that matters. And here come the reinforcements. Queen's getting caught out. No transfuse. Yeah, no transfuse, losing all 3 queens. HeRoMaRiNE trying to go for the kill. Ooh, Liberators a stack. That was 2 Liberators going down. He has a fresh mining base. And Gabe, he maintains the economic lead. Like, he's ahead economically. Has the greater bank. Serral is still struggling. Oh, but he's refining and he's building up his Broodlord Infestor composition. He's getting there. Right now he has limited anti-air though. And more Vikings should be coming. Yo, speaking of, Nero's the Vikings. The Wilds. Ooh, gets one. Again, it's a battle of the sky. There's what, 3 Vikings left over. And Tank Boy's warming up. Nice fungal. And that's every Viking going down. And no Vikings left. Gabe has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. And finally we're getting Thors. The Thors are here. They're coming. 5 Vikings at a time. Thors as well, just getting as much anti-air as possible. Remember, this all comes down to the Broodlord Infestor. Oh. Once again, nice fungal. Catching out 4 Vikings. It's 3 Vikings going down. Serral still does not have center left. Okay, making 3 Thors at a time. Okay, he's just freeing up supply. At this point, mining is very limited, so he's just throwing away his SCVs. He rotates once again, just ensuring there is no base. Jesus, get out of here! No, the mineral line! Jones getting caught out. There's 0 mining here. What's our economy looking like? So, 3rd base is barren, so is the 4th, so is the natural. There's 1 patch at the natural. There's a couple of patches left in the main. But again, the economy here is looking very barren here for Serral. He's on a 2-base economy. 2-base economy. Serral, he has no bank. He's working on it. As Gabe is just throwing in more CVs. Gabe is getting at this point into a super maxed army. Which is terrifying. Serral does try to reclaim center left. He's built up to how many? 14. Jesus, 14 Broodlords. 14 Broods and 9 Infestors. Does catch a Thor. Forcing friendly fire. Cave coming in from behind. We'll see what he can find. Oof. Yeah, it trades mainly against Lingbane. Speaking of things, speaking of failings. Now getting a hatchery, okay. Guess expansion. Not the worst trade. Likewise, does catch transferring workers. The long distance mining and the expansion as well. Ay, ay, ay. And Gabe, he rotates. Yeah, he's responding to the expansion. Again, he knows that he's fine as long as they make sure that Serral doesn't expand. And the Broodlords are out of position. They're out of position. Again, there's a very immobile army here for Serral. I think the best course of action would be the base trade. As in, Serral, he will lose center left, but to try to push into center right. But it might just be too late at this point. Yeah, too late to counterattack. Does catch one of the Thors, almost. Does end the Neural. Mass fungal here on the Vikings, not bad. The Powerbomb as well. Ooh, does split in time. Gee, there are so many Thors. Oh my god. 11 Thors. Yeah, Corruptors are going down. Nice mining Cloud, but we're running out of Corruptors, running out of anti-air. GG gets called as Gabe, he dominates the fight, and Gabe, he does have the series. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Gabe forcing the fight down in the open against Serral. He was broke, he had no money. He was broke, he had no money, he had no resources, he was running out of steam towards the end, he just could not expand, and in the end we saw that Gabe was able to force a better fight. He had 11 Thors, he had the Mass Viking, shut down the Corruptors. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, we're going all the way to the ace match. The final game of the series is going to be loading into the Old Republic. Winding it back when it comes to that game, remember that Gabe was able to pull a fast one on Serral. Gabe, he faked bio. He faked the upgrade on the tech lab, switching into mech. We saw that Serral eventually confirmed what was going on, but it was a very late reaction. Serral, he was already cutting corners, he was already going into the fast infestation bit, into the fast hive. He was going Lingbane into hive tech. He was being punished for it as well, and it was a very shaky start there for Serral, bleeding out a lot of drones, losing a lot of momentum. Did lead into a bit of a back and forth, but Gabe, he did have that momentum from the early game, maintained map control, and ensured that Serral couldn't freely expand. GG. GG, well played. Serral just could not expand, could not build up. And here we go, we're getting into the ace match and spawning in the top right hand corner here of the Old Republic. We have the German Terran player, we have the red Terran representing Mouse. It is HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Serral. Here we go. Whew. Hi, hi, hi. The Gabe, GG. Yeah, so far in this series, the games that Gabe has won, both of them he's been able to fake out and catch Serral with his pants down with mech, right? I think it was game 2, if I recall correctly. Game 2 was Gabe going into Mass Blue Flame Hellion and hiding it and then catching Serral with his pants down. Here in game 4, we saw the Mass Battle Mech, of course, out of Gabe, which again took a long time for Serral to confirm what was going on, and Serral was caught also being too greedy. So welcome to the ace match, welcome to the Old Republic. At this point, Serral should be playing as safe as possible. CC first though, oh my god. CC first out of Gabe, going CC first into a later Rax, a very greedy opener out of our Terran player. Very greedy. I do like these greedy builds, especially against Serral. Serral, he's not one to like 12 pull, he's not one to go for early aggression. So most likely Gabe will get away with this. We'll get away with it. Being as greedy as possible. But most likely leading into bio. Again, typically it's ill-advised to go for the same style or for the same build 2 games in a row. So last game we saw the fake out and the hard switch into battle mech. Here in game 5 we should be seeing something different. We did see an 8 Rax out of Big Gabe earlier on Ruby Rock, if you recall. We did see an 8 Rax. I'm not too fond of 8 Raxing on the Old Republic though. Not too fond of it. So we could just see, again, a greedy opener into a fast third CC into a stronger mid game as a result of that. We could just see a hyper greedy game out of Gabe. And if Serral's too passive and too pensive and too defensive, then Gabe can get away with it. Putting those repairs, 2 bases below. I mean, it's always a balancing act, I would say, about repairing Banshees when it comes to, 1, whether it's worth it, right? Whether it's worth the resources, but 2, whether it's worth the time investment, especially in StarCraft, especially in an RTS like this. Like, it's very high paced, and sometimes it's just more value when it comes to getting across the map as quickly as possible. It's mech, by the way. Let's go. So CC first interacts into a second factory behind the first. Jesus, getting up to triple factory this early on. Oh my god. Okay. So really strong early timing here. Lings they poke in. So far, they've only seen the add-on swap. That is normal. That is standard. Overlord is coming in from behind. And do we actually scout the main? Nah, he will. Oh, he could try to go further in. Yeah, the Overlord does not. Safety Roach Warren out of Serral though. Okay. Does go for the safety Warren. So he doesn't confirm, but because he hasn't confirmed what's going on, he's playing it safe this time, which I appreciate. Again, considering that twice now in the series he's been punished for not having a Roach Warren, now is the time to get a Roach Warren. That's what, a 3:45 Roach Warren timing, or 3:40-ish, before the lair. Serral is droning, Serral is saturating. And Serral even gets safety roaches. Safety roaches on the way. So again, Serral playing as safe as possible, which will benefit him. Oh, Jesus. The drones line up. Drones line up. That's going to be 4. That's going to be 6 drones going down already. Ay, ay, ay. 9 drones going down. Critical damage. Getting up to 11. 11 drone kills. Crazy damage early on. Yes, there were defensive roaches, but they were out of position. He has to counterattack. He has to do something across the map here. Gabe takes a lead. He takes a lead, man. Does spot the counterattack. Does spot the roaches, so he backs off. So he's joining up behind this. He's trying to fake aggression, trying to feign aggression. And Gabe is going double starport. Wait, what? What is happening? What is going on? Double starport, double Banshee production, I would assume. Double Banshee. Technically, this can lead into a fusion core into BCs, but that would be insane. It's got to be double Banshee play. Overseer goes further in. Overseer confirms the mech.
Forces under attack.
Does not go further behind the main though. Here come the tech labs. So it is just going to be mass Banshee. Roaches are getting called out. Gabe has momentum. Serral is supply blocked. Yeah, brutal supply block here. Queens are going to be going down as well. Limited transfuse. That's the one transfuse we have available. Ooh. Okay, gets a cyclone, gets one. Doesn't quite get the other. This might just be too much. Yeah, this might be too much. Queens are going down. Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. Gets 2 more queens. Drones are getting roasted. This might just be too much. 10 more drones. 10 more drones, baby. Ay, ay, ay. Again, the size of the map is working against Gabe here. He's trying to reinforce, but it does take a long time here to get across the map. Hellions are deflected, and Serral holds. Whew. Okay, Serral, he does hold on. It's a shaky, a messy defense here from Serral, but he is holding. Behind this, Gabe, he is now getting his 3rd. 4th CC is on the way. Building up his mass Banshees, making 2 at a time. Getting into speed. Getting into Hyperlight Rotors. He needs a little bit more time. So far, Gabe, he's all over Serral. Remember, the soup does lie. Serral's supply is actually smaller than what it looks like, as he's relying on roaches. He should be up in army supply. As his drone count has been suffering. From here, a bit of a Hail Mary play, but this can work going into Tunneling Claws. Tunneling Claws and Burrow. Gonna try to shock around. Get behind the army, get into the mineral lines. There's potential here for damage. There's potential. I don't see a spore. Not at the 3rd. Oh boy. There are some overseers on the map. Banshees actually go for the main army. Okay. Yeah, they chase down the roaches instead. They're still getting value. They could have gotten economic damage at the 3rd base for sure, but instead they just get free damage on the roaches. They're forcing the attack. Oh, so many roaches going down for free. Ay, ay, ay. So many roaches back. Jesus. That's 6, 7 roaches falling. Getting on top of the center expansion. Honestly, the Cyclones, they could have gotten the lock on. They could have locked on there. Banshees, they rotate. They find a Spore. Oof. And Spore goes down, denies mining gas as well. Serral forced a counterattack. But hey, those barred roaches still have a chance. They still have a chance. Oof. Losing a queen. It's a lot of roaches. Serral coming in for the flank. Does Gabe notice? Does he notice? He doesn't. The unburned comes in from behind. Not bad. Yeah, the surround is real. Cyclone's going to be going down. Yeah, Gabe gets caught. He gets caught out. Yeah, he does try to work his way through, but he loses so many Cyclones. A rough fight for Gabe. The Banshees, though. Oh, the chain fungals. Catching up the army. Ooh, getting one, getting two. Three Banshees. And Gabe pulls away. Gabe pulls away. And again, that was a very strong fight for Serral. He was able to get us around and catch out 7 Cyclones. They're losing a lot of momentum. Gabe, he's stuck at home. And Serral now has time to breathe. He has room to breathe. He can now expand. He can drone up. If it wasn't for that surround, then things would have gone much, much worse. This Gabe is not slowing down. Going for the Hellbat drop. So let's go. It's 2013. Going for the Hellbats. They're now going to be zoned away. Meanwhile, Serral is taking up. We have the Hive. We have the Spire. Once again, Serral, he's getting ready for Broodlords. That's going to be the end game for Serral. Planetary's not quite done. SCVs are going down. More Tunneling Claw Roaches. Yep, Tunneling Claws are revealed. Scan on the right-hand side. Yo, Gabe is on top of this. He sees. Oh. He sees, he knows. Nice split against the fungal. Jesus. The splits, baby. It's crazy. Once again, avoids most of the fungals, just forcing out extra fungals here. That was what, 5 fungals being thrown down. There's 2 fungals left. So many were wasted on the Banshees. And now he commits. Other 2 tanks are exposed. Tanks are going down. There's still a fungal left over. You can see here there's 1 Infestor. And Gabe pulls away. Gabe once again distracted by those Tunneling Claw Roaches. Once again, they're just being as annoying as possible. Just being used as scouting, okay. Scouting for rotations. Tanks a little bit late to siege. Files they catch out 2. 3 tanks go down. Yeah, there's not many Cyclones here, but the tanks, they hold their own just barely. Yeah, messy engage here from Gabe. He's just trying to carve out the center of the map. Banshee thrown away. How many fungals? There's soon to be 5. It's 5 Infestors. They're regathering energy. They're looking decent. That's the first new roll. Second new roll as well. Catching out 2 Cyclones. Serral's going to commit out. He commits. He's going to try to break out here. Does near one of the tanks. Files out another. But there's still a solid siege line here. Jesus, there are so many tanks. Serral's being bullied back. He's being bullied at this point. Liberator has arrived. Gabe pushing further in. Balze catching out 2. Yeah, 2 tanks were sacked. Liberators as well. And there's no buffer. Yeah, there's no buffer in the end. So he does clean this up, but just barely. Cleans up all the tanks. Serral holds. Again, these reinforcements were just too late. Just too little too late. Likewise, a little bit too many tanks and not enough cyclones. As you saw here, the Cyclone Hellion is crucial when it comes to just buffering for the tanks and supporting them. Tanks on their own are fragile. Especially when they stack up like this. Jesus. But again, it might just be too much. Serral, he has no bank. He's been trading too poorly. The center base goes down. GG gets called, and Serral, he is broken. Gabe, he will claim the series 3-2, knocking Serral out of HomeStory Cup. GG. Este Gabe. GG, well played. Gabe winning every game with mech, actually, every single game. Once again, though, I should reiterate that the first 2 times were a surprise. He was able to catch Serral and blindside him with his mech. Here in game 3, it wasn't a surprise. Game 5, I should say, the third game. It wasn't a surprise that Serral, he was able to scout this earlier on. He was able to be a little bit better prepared. A little bit. I'm still thinking about that first Hellion dive. Remember, the first dive of Hellions killed so many drones. Even though Serral had a safety roach horn, even though he had like 4 or 5 roaches available outside of the natural, he was outside of the natural, he was not at the third, he missed the Hellion move out, he missed the run by, and critical damage was dealt early on. If you remember, Gabe did take a massive economic lead early, and he maintained that lead. If you remember, that's why Serral had to go into Tunneling Claws. At the time, we did mention that Serral was behind, and a Hail Mary play for Serral was Tunneling Claw roaches, to be able to go for some backstabs and go for some run bys and get into mineral lines. But as you saw, he barely dealt any damage with those roaches. There was one big moment where he surrounded the cyclones, when he killed 7 cyclones in the center of the map. That's true. That was the only moment that Burrow really came into play. Outside of that, he didn't really deal any critical economic damage he was hoping for. In the end, he was spotted, he was seen, he was scanned, and he was shut down. Again, only really having that one big trade in the center of the map. Outside of that, he was on the back foot. He was struggling after all those economic losses at the start of the game. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Gabe, he does claim the series 3-2. Very impressive play here out of Gabe. To be able to break through, to be able to shut down Serral. And to make it into the top 3. Very impressive. Very impressive. Gabe being Serral is massive, 100%. Like this is an upset for sure. This is an upset, but it's really important to, even though this is an upset, it's important to be aware of how the series played out. Again, Serral, he was punished for a lack of scouting, a lack of information multiple times in this series, right? As we mentioned, the first 2 games that Gabe had won, they were by surprise, right? Where Serral, he was woefully underprepared for mech. I don't blame him, as mech is not the most standard way of playing and is not the most standard kind of approach to the game. But again, Serral, he was blindsided by mech twice, except for that last game, which was, there was a little bit more to it, I should say. Whew, but GG, well played, baby. HeRoMaRinE didn't use Ghost all games. True, you're not wrong. Which also hurt him, if you remember. Like, I'm still thinking about that game on White Rabbits. If you remember, like, White Rabbit was a very long macro game where Gabe refused to make ghosts, and they would have made his life so much easier. If you remember, that was the game where where it went all the way up to like 20-25 minutes almost, with Serral going into Lingbane, Infestor, Viper, Ultra. Like, he had a hive heavy composition with Ultra, Infestor, Viper. Ghost would have helped so much with EMPs, with snipes. But if you remember, Gabe, he was almost playing all in. Like, he was very like lair tech. I say lair tech, very kind of like mid game oriented. Mid-tier, there we go, like mid-tier oriented with like Biomarauder. And to be fair, he held his own for a long time there, but he was brute forcing the hell out of that game. Like, he refused to tech up, Ab. He refused. And hey, he held out for a long time in that game, to be fair, on White Rabbits. But GG, well played. Whew. Terran doesn't even have to go out of the way to scouts. I mean, Zurich has always been the reactive race, to be fair, but I should also emphasize as well that there are ways to be aggressive, but Serral isn't really that kind of player. Someone that has been embracing that more has been Raynor as of late, and of course has been Solar. We've been seeing a lot more all-ins out of both Raynor and Solar. We've been seeing a lot more diverse play, but there are aggressive ways to play ZVT. But Serral isn't, again, he's not that kind of player, specifically in this matchup. He's a little more macro-oriented. I say that to be fair, if you remember, Serral did attempt to all-in Clem in their previous series, so maybe it's opponent's dependent. Maybe Serral was a little bit overconfident going up against Gabe and believed that he could play more standard against him. But if you remember, Serral, he went for a roach all-in twice against Clem. Like, so I guess I kind of have to eat my words a little bit, emphasizing that Serral, he has shown that he's willing to be aggressive and willing to all in, but again, it does feel opponent dependent there. He did that against Clem. He did not mix it up against Gabe. Again, he was a little more reactive against Gabe than against Clem. But I would imagine it's because Serral is less confident against Clem in a macro game. I would imagine. But regardless, GG, well played. With that leads us into the rest of the bracket. Here we go. So we have our final bracket here for the end of the broadcast. In the end, ShowTimE took down Gabe 3-1 to make it to the upper bracket finals. Clem took down Serral 3-0. So we have ShowTimE versus Clem in the upper semis, sorry, in the upper bracket finals. Meanwhile, we have Gabe waiting for the loser of that in the lower brackets. Crazy, that'd be crazy. So again, very, very, very nice result there by Gabe to bring down the best Zerg player in the world. Very, very impressive. GG, well played. And yeah, maybe he might inspire some more Terrans out there to play mech, which is concerning to me. Gabe, what are you doing, Pappy? What are you doing? Why are you showing all the tools to the Terrans out there, Pappy? Aye. Oh no, I'm afraid to ladder, Pappy. I'm afraid to ladder. But we have a top three, and we're going to be wrapping up the broadcast for the time being. We'll be back tomorrow with the upper bracket finals, lower bracket finals, and grand finals. We'll be wrapping up those 3 remaining matches tomorrow. That'll be the plan. That will be the plan. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. And I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Hope you had a great time, and with that, we are going to be wrapping up. Again, we'll be back tomorrow, but before that, we have the rest of our schedule. Bam! As you can see here, we are Sunday morning. We're here on the Sunday morning part of our schedule. We're going to be live later on tonight with Sparkling and Tuna Cup. That is our weekly open tournaments. Every single week, we have our Open Cup. This is the equivalent to the Wardy TV Monday or the Monday Night Weekly, for example. This event is run on a weekly basis and is open to all players. That is going to be at 7 p.m. KST. That'll be at 9 p.m. AEST. That'll be in around 6 hours. 6 hours time, we'll be live with the Tuna Cup. There we go. So we got 6 hours to rest up, to get some food, to get ready for the next broadcast. But again, that is an open tournament. Expect players like ShowTimE, for example. Expect players like Beyond, like Hero, Classic, Shin, and many others as well. So do expect that. That is going to be, again, tonight. I think it might actually be clashing with Pigsty, unfortunately. I know that Pig has been running his events throughout the weekend. Yeah. So there might be a little bit of clashing there going on, unfortunately. There's just a lot of StarCraft happening right now. There's a lot of StarCraft going on, and it's hard to not have at least a little bit of overlap. I know that Wardy's been clashing with Pig as well. Wardy's been running his Wardy TV Winter Championship. That's also been clashing with Pigsty. So it's in an ideal world that there's no scheduling conflicts like that, but yeah, there's just a lot of StarCraft. It feels bad, man. Feels bad. Aye. So if you're a viewer of StarCraft, you're spoiled for choice, bearing in mind that this week is Pigsty, next week is RSL. Revival StarCraft League is going to be starting up on the 7th of March. Bear that in mind. We are going to be co-streaming, but most likely we're going to be co-streaming the playoffs, not the group stage of RSL. Not the group stage, just the playoffs. Just as a heads up. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. With that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the morning. Again, we'll be back in 6 hours time with some more StarCraft, with some more casting. Otherwise, I might have a cheeky ladder session, only for a couple of hours. Again, I only have 6 hours until the next cast, so I'm probably not going to sleep in between that, but I'm going to have some rest of some kind. But nowadays, I rarely have time to stream. Like, there's just so much StarCraft, so much content going on, and there's been other things happening IRL, so I just haven't had the time to. So if you're interested, you can follow me on my own personal channel. I do not ladder here on the CranKy Ducklings. We leave this specifically for casting. Only for casting on the CranKy Ducklings. We have like solo content on our personal channels, like Final Fantasy or some other single-player RPGs or StarCraft, for example. Laddering, just as a heads up. But if you want to support us here on the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis. I just spoke about how in 6 hours we have the Tuna Cup. That event is funded by the people, by Patreon. Patreon does fund that event, and you can also help us grow the prize pool for that tournament on a regular basis via Patreon as well. So you can help us out there if you wish. Otherwise, follow us. If you maybe see something they like here, if you missed out on the previous games, or if you missed out on some of the previous days of HomeStory Cup, or Rongi Cup, or Thunderfire, or EWC, or the Pondcast, or anything else we cover, then check us out over on YouTube. YouTube is the place to be. We upload all of the VODs on YouTube on a daily basis. So there's plenty of VODs on YouTube, plenty of content. It's all there. It's all there. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, thanks for support, and we'll see you guys next time. Ciao, bye, ciao. See you next time. See you in 6 hours or tomorrow for the final day of HomeStory Cup. See you then. Ciao, bye, ciao. Hasta luego.